Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Goo House and Lady White Rabbit's tone, it was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the righteous path's defensive goo formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream path. At this time, it was still a blank slate. Even though many superforces started to research this, there were few results. Fang Yuan's unraveled dream killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, in Wuxie's lead soul into dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Led soul into dream shone brilliantly in the Battle of Etian Mountain. It made celestial quartz goo immortals suffer losses many times. And Fang Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him. He gained a lot. The Righteous Path goo immortals. Even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 goo immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd supreme elder. This information could not be hidden. It was widely spread in southern borders goo immortal world. Fang Yuan could easily find out about it. The Righteous Path has suffered. They know about the power of the dream realm. They cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier. They can attack the forces outside the Righteous Path. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous, and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the Righteous Path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's Mortal Goo House are southern borders Righteous Path goo immortals. There is definitely more than one. There are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fang Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the Righteous Path defensive goo formation and personally interact with the dream realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fang Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the super dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times, what could Fang Yuan gain by interacting with the dream realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high, but the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Countless goo immortals were attracted to it. The Righteous Path goo immortals had already tasted the bitterness. When the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fang Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other Righteous Path goo immortals, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped inside the goo formation, like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a Righteous Path goo immortal, then use familiar face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fang Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, In Righteous Path forces, Goo Immortals either had Life Tablet Goo, Soul Lantern Goo, or Blood Rope Goo. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Goo Immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these Life Tablet Goo, Soul Lantern Goo, and Blood Rope Goo, they could easily deduce the Goo Immortal's location. Once Fong Yuan killed these Goo Immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Fong Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these Goo worms. Fong Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Ing Wuxia had used Luck Inspection Immortal Goo to find out about Fong Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Fong Yuan used Familiar Face at all times because of the details of his life or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Fong Yuan thought about it, but could not think of a good method. Even if Fong Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Goo formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Goo formation, there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him. Fong Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Fong Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it and returned to the Mortal Goo house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called out to Fong Yuan, "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man. I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth. I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world." Fong Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Fong Yuan did not ask for much. These last days, she had been managing this business. She had interacted with all sorts of Goo Immortals. She knew a lot about the current Goo Immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path Mortal Goo to Fong Yuan. "Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Goo Formation. We meet again, Fairy Meow Een. Do you remember me?" Chao Clan's Goo Immortal led the female Goo Immortal into the Goo formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Goo Immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Meow Een was a demonic path Goo Immortal, she was beautiful. She inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth. She was one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. The scene of the two entering the Goo formation was seen by the 2 Righteous Path Goo Immortals at the center of the Goo formation. These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously, they only came once every 7 days, but now they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Goo Immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Goo Immortals are slightly better. They brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Xiao Clan's Goo Immortal has no qualms. He has a huge appetite. This Meow Een is a demonic path Goo Immortal. Back then, she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Goo Immortals. Goo Immortal Ba Quan Fong said angrily. Beside him, there was another Ba clan Goo Immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. His beard and hair were connected together. His dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body. His shoulders were broad. His exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. There was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old. His cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world, Old Treeman Bada. Ba De spoke slowly. Don't be impatient, little Feng heir. Qiao clan is weak, at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu clan. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years. When Ba Quanfeng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, the Qiao family is a righteous faction for the past thousands of years. They have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time, they actually allied with 7 clans, using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This Super Gu formation was created with the help of our 13 clans, an immortal Gu. He. Ba De laughed. Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together? Ba Quanfeng's thoughts were exposed. He blushed. Little Feng heir's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord. Ba De shook his head. Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method, we can gain benefits. It is also good. However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this. Why is that? Ba Quanfeng asked anxiously. There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear. In the future, our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng heir, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure. Ba, decide deeply. But Wu clan is so domineering. They have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1. By then, if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them. Ba Quanfeng said hatefully, Wu clan cannot stop them. But what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 Gu immortal left, can Wu clan still be the #1 righteous path force? Ba De smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quanfeng stared with wide eyes. So the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false. Impossible. Wu clan is so powerful. How can they not have lifespan Gu? Chapter 1548. Fang Yuan, where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal? A huge fortuitous encounter. What a huge fortuitous encounter. Sai, why did I not encounter him? The Gu masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy, and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Fang Yuan's true fame was only spread among Gu immortals. There was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, as she watched. She and Fang Yuan had a simple relationship. It was deep hatred. The conflict between Fang Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed. Instead, it was like a wine, becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruanen found herself helpless. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruanen did not know the difference between mortal and immortal. So be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mianshun. She had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only immortal. There was no hope of taking revenge on a Gu immortal. Right now, Tai Ruanen's only hope was on Tai Mianshun. She wanted to personally see Tai Clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshan kill Fang Yuan to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruanan's subordinates and family. Fang Yuan looked at the three immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. I am here to take back what I lost. The few of you want to stop me? Shang Qing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Fang Yuan had only said one sentence. He did not use any methods, but these two felt that Fang Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Fang Yuan was famous in the world. His demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him, and the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time, but they still hadn't caught Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals were only rank 6. It was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Fang Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanan was infuriated. Demon, after ascending, even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it! Damn the demon! Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruanan looked at Tai Mianshan with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai Clan Gu immortal expert could support heaven and earth. He could pluck the stars and moon from the sky. He would definitely be able to get rid of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mianshan's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruanan stared with wide-opened eyes. Tai Mianshan sighed. Oh, Fang Yuan, you roam the 5 regions. Your name is unparalleled in the world. I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight. This is my resolve as a Tai Clan Gu immortal. But there is one thing. We are both immortals. We do not need to bother with mortals. There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. Let us fight. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. What do you mean? Lord Tai Mianshan is admitting that he is not Fang Yuan's match? How? How is this possible? Tai Ruanan was tongue-tied. Her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mianshan himself. Her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go. Why would I let them go? He. Fang Yuan snickered, killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruanan's anger was not worth his time. The anger of an ant was not anger. Yi Fan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny, even though he was the master and subordinate of luck. Since Fang Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. After all, every time Fang Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck, Yi Fan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside Yi Fan? Fang Yuan was curious. He wanted to find out. As for Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Shang Xinci earlier. He wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shang Clan City. But now, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Shang Xinci's luck was very shocking. Fang Yuan had luck inspection methods. Shang Xinci was only a mortal Gu master. Her luck was naturally seen by Fang Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck. It was pure white. The luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers. The surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon. Even Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Shang Xinci is not an ordinary person. She will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange. Why is it that in my 500 years of memories, Shang Xinci is only a mortal? Don't tell me Spring autumn cicada hid Providence. After my rebirth, my memories were tampered with? Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things. Shang Xinci was also affected. But why did it have to be Shang Xinci? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Fang Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry. It almost pierced his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal weakened to its limit. Its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods. It did not leak out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is indeed being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind, facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack. He did not panic. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It flickered and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body. They slashed at his body. Shang Xinci cried out in shock. The immortals' hearts were pounding. They looked forward to the results of the battle. Fang Yuan was sent flying by this huge force. He was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme, heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its claws were completely reflected. It felt immense pain. Even though its bones were not broken, it was not far from it. We will attack, if not now, when... Tai Mianshan called out as he charged at Fang Yuan. He was extremely courageous. Using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms. Endless black chi surged like a tide. It roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Fang Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Fang Yuan. It is trying to devour its master. We can use its battle strength to attack Fang Yuan together. That way, we can persevere. Fang Yuan does not even want to let mortals go. He is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path. He has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die. We might not be able to escape either. We might as well fight to the death. We might have a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qingqing had the same thought. They attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He did not dodge. He allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from. They flew towards Tai Mianshan, Shang Qingqing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were in a sorry state. They quickly dodged. But that Tai Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Good timing!" With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him and he regained control of it. "Fang Yuan, take this!" Tai Mianshan shouted as his goo worm aura burst out. Black chi surged again. This was a mortal killer move floating iron sand. It had both offense and defense. When used with Iron Mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshan could control it again. Moreover, floating iron sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Tai Mianshan was a rank 7 expert. Even though any killer move that attacked Fang Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance, Fang Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Tai Mianshan again. Its power doubled. His eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 regions' superforces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, They were the signature inheritances of superforces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the superforces kept a tight watch on them. Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance. They only obtained some information. The core, immortal goo inside was called justice. Thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Fang Yuan still remembered that during the Five Regions Chaotic War in his previous life, Tai Mian Shun, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now, he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Fang Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Fang Yuan chose the most direct method: ancient sword dragon transformation, myriad self, forming the immortal killer move myriad dragon. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi surged. Their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mian Shun was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mian Shun breathed in deeply, using all his strength to activate his method. Black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mian Shun spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mian Shun! Tai Ruanen saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison. The scale was so huge that it filled the entire world. The might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear. Their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, a tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mian Shun. He was extremely weak, and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power! Tai Mian Shun's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move floating Gaza steel to counter Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method. That was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of ancient sword dragon transformation and Myriad Self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fang Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mian Shun might be able to resist this move, but now he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mian Shun was inferior to Fang Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mian Shun completely. Tai Mian Shun could only retreat. He continued to retreat. He was extremely fast. The killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mian Shun. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously. My rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense. It will be difficult to kill Tai Mian Shun now. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mian Shun was a metal path goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the Five Regions Chaotic War, Tai Mian Shun was one of the important people in southern border who resisted celestial court. As for these two rank 6 Gu immortals, humph. Fang Yuan did not move. He looked around. Shang Qing and Ho Yao were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon. There was no way out. Their lives were at stake. They were in extreme danger. Rank 6 Gu immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long. They were already amazing. After all, they were elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bam bam. Two sounds could be heard, Shang Qing, and Ho Yao resisted for a few more breaths of time before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but Fang Yuan had spectral souls' true inheritance. How could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fang Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fang Yuan, kill us if you have guts. Scoundrel, you angered us. Ho Clan, Shang Clan, and Tai Clan, you are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later, you will regret it. The two Gu immortals' souls roared. Suppress. Fang Yuan willed. These two souls could not make a sound, they could not move, they were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could easily kill rank 6 Gu immortals, but just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched. The mountain-like upper extreme, heavenly eagle actually resisted the Myriad Dragon killer move and charged towards Fang Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. The Myriad Dragon charged and coiled around its body, but the upper extreme, heavenly eagle did not care. It was extremely valiant. Fang Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity. It had completely lost its ability to think. He immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method. Otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fang Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fang Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, heavenly eagle, was at an absolute disadvantage. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds. He only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom! The eagle's wings slammed onto Fang Yuan's back, but Fang Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yifan and the rest. On the other hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken, and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme, heavenly eagle perched on Yifan's shoulder. Fang Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yifan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme, heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yifan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fang Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yifan, Tai Ruanen, and the rest watched as Fang Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened. They could not move. Oh no! Yifan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fang Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice. Tai Ruanen gritted her teeth. She was filled with anger and hatred. Brother He, too. Shang Xinci was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang Clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus, even if I die in your hands, I am willing. But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fang Yuan and the mortal goo masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. Immortal battlefield killer move. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 goo immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fang Yuan, protecting the mortal goo masters behind him. Master! Seeing this person, Yi Fan immediately shouted in excitement. Who are you? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Cold light was emitted from his eyes. Chapter 1550. Master! Yi Fan muttered softly, looking at Lu Weiyin, who was right in front of him. He had a look of admiration. After so many days, Yi Fan saw his master again. He was still dressed like before, wearing a gray-white linen robe. It was very simple. His physique was as strong as a bear's, and even the loose hemp clothes couldn't hide it. He wore a conical hat. It was large and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off a feeling of steadiness and steadiness. This is a rank 8 goo immortal. The 2 E-clan goo immortals were forced to show themselves. They were hiding in the lake, but when this immortal battlefield appeared, they were dragged in. Who is he? He has southern border aura. He is not a member of our righteous path. Tai Mian-shun had a grim expression. Oh, survival is not easy. You want me to stop? Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin and smiled coldly. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. This person is a hypocrite. He clearly set up the immortal battlefield killer move in advance. He could have saved Shang Clan and Ho Clan goo immortals in time, but he purposely delayed it. He said survival is not easy. He wants me to stop. He is a hypocrite. However, he is a rank 8 goo immortal after all. Even though I activated 3 breaths future vision, he could not warn me. This move's level is too low. After all, the core time path immortal goo is only rank 7. And this immortal battlefield killer move that he set up is very special. My investigative methods did not discover it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His methods were rich and varied. He could use them in many ways. Against most rank 7 and 6 goo immortals in the world, he could suppress them. But against rank 8s, he paled in comparison. The enemy was a rank 8 goo immortal. He was trapped in the enemy's immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not flustered. Reverse flow protection seal was his trump card. Especially recently, it had been modified many times. Even if Celestial Court deduced a way to counter it, they could only target the initial version. Against Fang Yuan, it was not effective. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his strongest attack again. Roar. Countless silver scale sword dragons flew out, filling the entire immortal battlefield killer move. The flood dragons roared ferociously as they attacked Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin smiled, faintly, without changing his composure. Friend, please don't be angry. A massacre cannot solve the problem. Saying so, his aura burst out, forming an immortal killer move. This killer move immediately took effect. It suddenly started to rain. However, this rain was not water, but sand. Countless grains of sand fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The immortal battlefield rumbled, making the silt even heavier. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a silt waterfall. Immortal killer move, descending sand and mud. Under the cover of the silt, the sword dragon's thunderous roars turned into muffled drum sounds. Their long and sharp dragon bodies shrunk continuously. Their terrifying claws and teeth turned soft. In just a few breaths of time, this ferocious sword dragon army had completely weakened, turning into white arm-sized earthworms. This killer move. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he thought of something. It seems that he has already guessed my identity. Lu Wei-yin had been observing them. He sighed internally. This person is indeed worthy of being an otherworldly demon, the source of the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Not only does he have incredible battle strength, he is also very mature. What is even more worrying is that he is crafty and fickle. He attacks without saying a word. He is decisive and ruthless. This is truly a misfortune for all living beings. Thinking of this, Lu Wei-yin called out loudly, "Friends, gu masters, as the saying goes, when people help themselves, heaven helps them. Right now, your lives are in danger. You can only help each other and resist this demon together. Only then will you have a chance of survival. In this battlefield killer move of mine, if you do not have the determination to resist this demon, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you. As for my next move, I'll need all of you to work together." "Master, what do you want us to do? Just tell us." Yi Fan replied loudly. He was very enthusiastic. Lu Wei-yin turned around and smiled at him. "As long as you are determined and have the will to fight this demon, it will be enough." "I understand." Yi Fan nodded. As he stared at Fang Yuan angrily, battle intent rose from his heart, rising up like smoke from a chimney. That upper extreme, heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan hatched it, anyone who took away its freedom, even if they were its parents, was hateful. "In that case, let's cooperate." Tai Mian Shen made up his mind. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared very mysteriously, currently, he should be Fang Yuan's enemy. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tai Mian Shen also responded to Lu Wei-yin's call. At the other side, Yi Clan's two Gu immortals discussed quickly. They were also filled with battle intent towards Fang Yuan. As for those mortal Gu masters, even though it was challenging their courage to fight against a Gu immortal because Lu Wei-yin was blocking the way, and because Fang Yuan was too ferocious and wanted to kill them earlier, his malicious intent was clear. They were all filled with fighting spirit. Only Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a sad expression. Fang Yuan was her benefactor. How could she attack Fang Yuan? Clan leader. Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. That Fang Yuan clearly has wild ambitions. He is a demon. If you keep being kind and merciful, he will not understand. Even Wei De Xian, who was beside Shang Xianci, persuaded. "Please don't say any more. I will not become enemies with Brother He too. Even if he kills me." Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were dissatisfied with Shang Xianci's attitude, but because of Shang Xianci's status and the current situation, they could not say anything. Lu Wei-yin saw that everyone's intentions were clear. He smiled even brighter. "Good," he said plainly, looking at Fang Yuan. "Please evaluate my Earth support wall. What do you think of it?" Immortal killer move. Earth support wall. Waves of battle intent and determination surged out from everyone's bodies and rapidly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The immortal battlefield rumbled again. Fang Yuan had a vigilant expression. He did not attack recklessly. He chose to observe the situation quietly. At the next moment, he saw walls appearing out of thin air, standing beside him. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He attacked continuously, using all sorts of methods to destroy these walls. But the speed at which the walls formed was much faster. Fang Yuan's methods were affected by descending earth support at all times. Their effects were quite weak. These yellow walls did not have any offensive power. They were pieced together. Some were in front and behind Fang Yuan, some were on the left and right of Fang Yuan, and some were above or below Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, 6-directional maze. Lu Wei-yin grunted as he used his third killer move. Fang Yuan was moved. At this moment, Lu Wei-yin's true intentions were revealed. 3 killer moves descending mud, earth support wall, and 6 directional maze were activated at the same time. They quickly fused together and formed a huge maze, trapping Fang Yuan inside. This maze was connected to the east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right. It was like a floating mountain. There were all sorts of paths and walls. It was complex. Anyone who looked at it would feel dizzy and dazzled. Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move was the combination of Myriad Self and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But Lu Weiyin's Fetus Earth Maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves. It was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan felt that he had lost his sense of direction here. He did not know where he was. He tried to move forward along the paths between the walls, completely forgetting the path he was walking on. He attacked again, blasting indiscriminately at the Yellow City wall. But any killer move that landed on the Yellow City wall was greatly weakened. This was because the earthen Yellow City walls had fused with the power of the previous descent of mud and sand. It seems that brute force alone is not enough to break out of here. I need to see through this move and the weakness of this immortal battlefield before making a move. A trace of comprehension appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Chapter 1551. Fang Yuan was temporarily trapped in Fetus Earth Maze. The situation stabilized. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshen's eyes. He flew down and greeted Lu Weiyin, asking, "Senior, how do we get rid of this demon Fang Yuan?" Lu Weiyin smiled as he said in a gentle tone, "Heaven is benevolent. Even if this Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being. How can we take his life?" Tai Mianshen was stunned. Clan's 2 Gu immortals flew over as well. Enan Men said anxiously, "Senior, how can we tolerate this evil? This demon has committed heinous crimes. He has disrupted the order of the world. Now is the best time to get rid of him. How can we be merciful?" You also urged, "Senior, if we do not get rid of this demon today, he will harm the world in the future and slaughter countless living beings. Wouldn't that be worse? Getting rid of him is a good thing for the world." But Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Everyone's words make sense, but they are biased. There are no born evildoers in the world. There are no natural criminals who kill people. If not, why would we learn all sorts of methods to kill and fight? There is good and evil in humans. There is no pure evil or pure good. Even though this Fang Yuan is a demonic path Gu immortal, his hands are stained with blood, and he has committed many evil deeds. He is not born evil. Hateful people are pitiful in some ways. There are causes and effects in the world as well. The current Fang Yuan was caused by yesterday's cause and effect. Since Fang Yuan can turn into this evil person, why can't he turn into a good person in the future? He has great strength and countless methods. If he uses them in the righteous path to benefit the world, wouldn't he be saving countless mortals? Wouldn't that be beneficial to the world? Lu Weiyin's words stunned Tai Mianshen, Enan Men, and Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to reform Fang Yuan. "It seems that Senior has a plan. Then I will wait for Senior's good news." Tai Mianshen sighed. The 2 Clan Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just the 3 of them were not Fang Yuan's match. They could only rely on this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal Lu Weiyin to get rid of Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin had incredible methods. Even though he appeared suddenly and set up an immortal battlefield killer move in advance, all the signs showed that he could really get rid of Fang Yuan. To think that after this conversation, Lu Weiyin actually had such an unimaginable plan. He wanted to reform Fang Yuan, to turn this shocking demon into a kind immortal that would benefit the world. I'm afraid this rank 8 Gu immortal has some method to change Fang Yuan's mind. You guessed. Enan Men directly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Senior, please open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." Clan's Gu immortals had come here to deal with Tai Clan, Shang Clan, and Ho Clan, but the situation developed too quickly and suddenly. Fang Yuan's appearance caused the situation to go out of these two Gu immortals' control. These two Yi-clan Gu immortals were unlucky. They met Fang Yuan, and then Lu Weiyin. Their plan failed before it could even be executed. In this situation, they did not want to stay here. It was normal for them to want to leave. Tai Mian-shun looked at the two Yi-clan Gu immortals. His gaze flickered, but he did not speak. Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Everyone, don't be anxious. I will not harm you, but now is not the time to open the battlefield. If you leave this battlefield, you will immediately report to your clans and ask for reinforcements to deal with Fang Yuan. This is contrary to my plan, so I ask everyone to wait a moment." The three Gu immortals looked at each other. They could only agree. In this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. They were weaker than Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin. Even though they were unwilling, they could only listen to the latter's arrangements. "Master, can that Fang Yuan really turn back to the righteous path?" Yi Fan asked in confusion from behind. Lu Weiyin turned around and patted Yi Fan's head. "Everything is possible in this world, isn't it? I am willing to give him a chance to repent. If he can, I believe it will be a great blessing to the world. It will be a legend in history." "Really? Can he?" Shang Xinci asked. She was hesitant, but there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master. She had been like this since young. She did not want her beloved Fang Yuan to walk on the demonic path. And at this moment, from Shang Xinci's perspective, Fang Yuan was already trapped. This Lu Weiyin had powerful methods. Fang Yuan's life was in danger. At this time, if Fang Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it benefit the people, Fang Yuan would also be able to keep his life. Of course it can. People change since they can change from good to bad. They can also change from bad to good. Shang Xinci, do you think Fang Yuan is a bad person at heart? Lu Weiyin asked with a smile. Shang Xinci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. "I won't hide it from Senior. I feel that Fang Yuan is not a natural bad person. I feel his coldness, and under that coldness there is endless sorrow." Lu Weiyin nodded. "You understand him better. This is rare, very rare. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that right now he needs your help even more?" Shang Xinci was dazed. She asked, "Senior, how can I help him?" Lu Weiyin smiled. "Very simple. I have already said it. You only need to persuade him and hope that he will turn over a new leaf. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can let people experience 3 lifetimes. Let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, understand the vicissitudes of human path. They will gradually forget the evil in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Each of us has an innate nature, but the experiences we have after birth are also very important. Shang Xinci, project a portion of your thoughts into Fetus Earth Maze. Fang Yuan will definitely be able to sense it. Let him know the beauty of the world and reignite the kindness and light in his heart." "I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Shang Xinci's expression changed. Her gaze became firm. A will rose from her body. Like the others, it was projected into Fetus Earth Maze. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He thought, with Shang Xinci's luck-changing sides, our luck path side will not be completely suppressed by Fang Yuan. Next, let's see what happens on the other side. In immemorial white heaven, Chun-Yi moved like lightning, flying in the clouds. He still had injuries on his body. They came from Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder and the legendary immemorial soul beast Qingqiu. His injuries were filled with strength path and soul path Dao marks. They were extremely thick. Even though Chun-Yi had outstanding healing methods, these injuries could not be healed in a short time. Compared to his injuries, the depression in his heart was even heavier. This time, I actually failed. Not only did I not take back Divine Bean Palace, I even lost miserably. I did not even get rid of Qingqiu. Sigh. I was too greedy. Others took advantage of me. It is my fault. It is all my fault. Chen Yi blamed himself. Part of it was because he would not be able to answer to Fairy Myrtle when he returned, but more of it was because as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, he did not take back the Immortal Ancestors item. He felt extremely ashamed. After returning, I will resign from my position as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. After that, I will go to Western Desert to take back Divine Bean Palace. Chen Yi made up his mind. He needed to take revenge. Otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. He had been flying for many days. Central Continent was already in sight. But at this time, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. Lord Chen Yi, please wait. We have been waiting for you for a long time. These 3 rank 7 Gu immortals came together. Chen Yi took a look. They were familiar people. They were the supreme elders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. You are. Chen Yi was puzzled. One of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals gave Chen Yi an information path mortal Gu. Chen Yi used his consciousness to take a look. This was a letter that Fairy Myrtle left for him. In the letter, Fairy Myrtle asked Chen Yi to make up for his mistake by heading to immemorial white heaven above northern plains to receive him. Lord Fairy Myrtle is indeed a wisdom path great expert. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at the letter. He nodded as he sighed. Lord Chen Yi, please tell us. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. They had only received the mission to hand this information path mortal Gu to Chen Yi. They did not know anything about his future plans. Chapter 1552. Northern Plains, Lang Ye Blessed Land. On an ordinary wetland, a boundless radiance suddenly rose. The radiance was like jade, illuminating the surroundings in a dark green color. Within the jade light, countless butterflies fluttered. The brilliance lasted for 3 breaths before it suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only a few flickering jade stars. What was different from before was that 7 figures had appeared on the previously empty ground. They had the aura of Central Continent Gu immortals. The leader wore a red and white robe. It was Feng Joga, a person who was famous in the world and rarely seen in thousands of years. These people were directly transported from Central Continent. Even Feng Joga was slightly dazed. At this moment, after regaining their senses, they started to assess their surroundings. Beside Feng Joga, a rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu immortal quickly calculated with his fingers, saying excitedly, "This is Lang Ye Blessed Land." Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals became spirited. Feng Joga nodded in satisfaction. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was already very incomplete. It seemed to have gone through many years of vicissitudes and was about to die. Feng Joga solemnly cupped his fists towards this will. We were able to travel between 2 regions and arrive here because of Senior's immortal killer move. This will barely took the form of a human. It was the image of a poor teacher. He looked around and said, "All of you are the pillars of the heavenly court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope that everyone will work together and complete the mission. We will not let down the celestial court. We will do our best." The other 6 rank 7 Gu immortals replied in unison. This will heard such a reply and laughed loudly. "Great, my great celestial court will definitely last for eternity with all of you." As he laughed, this will dissipated like dust in the wind until it completely vanished. Behind Feng Joga was a Gu immortal, Fang Yinhua. He wore a white jade crown and had the appearance of a young man. He knew some inside information. Seeing this, he sighed. Senior Liang Liang's remaining will in this world has been completely destroyed. Liang Liang was also famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu, immortal of celestial court. a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and raised it to rank 7. Afterwards, the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Wukong, rebelled, and he died in battle. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was also destroyed. After that, fixed immortal travel appeared many times in history, refined by different people in different regions, but they all stopped at rank 6 and never advanced to rank 7. Even after Feng Yuan cultivated the fixed immortal travel in the Three Kings Paradise, he still found it hard to break free from this shackle. But after that, Celestial Court's Granny Shah refined the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Myrtle led Celestial Court to raise this immortal goo's rank. Celestial Court had the richest immortal material inventory in the world. The history of its collection could be traced back to primordial origin Immortal Venerables era that was 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to refine. The main reason was that it lacked a crucial immortal material. But this problem was not so difficult for Celestial Court. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle activated the method that Gu Immortal Liang Liang left behind before he went to battle, awakening his remaining will. Under the guidance of this will, Celestial Court not only refined the rank 7 fixed immortal travel, they also successfully gathered many Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 Directions Immortal Door. It was this immortal killer move that transported Feng Jioge, Fang Yanhua, and the rest of the Central Continent 10 great sects Gu immortals from Central Continent to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. However, the moment they arrived, Liang Liang's remnant, will, which was helping Feng Jioge activate this move, reached its limit and dissipated. The final trace of a legendary Gu immortal in this world vanished, but it allowed the Heavenly Court's plan to come true. Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge muttered as he flew into the air, using an immortal killer move to inspect his surroundings. He saw that the surrounding tens of thousands of li was empty and flat. There were swamps and wetlands everywhere, and some scattered vegetation could be seen clearly. But Feng Jioge saw even more. He observed down to the smallest detail and found many traces of hairy men living in this area. Feng Jioge could not help but praise Fairy Myrtle in his mind. Amazing! Ever since Feng Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Thus, even Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan intentionally changed the appearance of the mountain to prevent people from using fixed immortal travel to teleport here. But Fairy Myrtle used some crucial clues to deduce the terrain of other parts of Langya Blessed Land. Because of this, there was the immortal killer move 7 Directions Immortal Door, and Feng Jioge's group was able to attack this place after the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Feng Yuan had already matured. He could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. After that, Feng Yuan hardened his heart and focused on developing. He rested and reorganized. This made Celestial Court, who had been chasing after him, unable to do anything. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was an existence that could destroy fake Gu. He was a huge threat to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had always placed Feng Yuan in her heart, thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan could not find him, so Fairy Myrtle placed her attention on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land, the #1 blessed land in the world, had helped Feng Yuan too much. Initially, when Land Spirit of Langya was still the white-haired Land Spirit, it helped Feng Yuan refine Second Aperture Immortal Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu played an extremely crucial role in Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court, Feng Yuan turned into an immortal zombie. He was in dire straits and had many things to do. The initial stage was the most difficult, but Feng Yuan relied on Langya Blessed Land to help Land Spirit of Langya deduce Immortal Gu recipes, and so on. He quickly and smoothly got out of the awkward situation of starting his career. Later, In order to protect to immortal blessed land and resist Crane Gate's invasion, Fong Yuan land spirit of Langya lent Fong Yuan beast enslavement immortal Gu and 8 desolate beasts. Unfamiliar face immortal killer move helped Fong Yuan too much. It was also paid by land spirit of Langya to Fong Yuan. Later, Shadow Sect attacked Langya blessed land and took away many of the core immortal Gu of the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. During this battle, the white-haired land spirit turned into the black-haired land spirit. Dog shit luck immortal Gu was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired land spirit created Langya sect and changed the white-haired land spirit's management strategy. He helped Fong Yuan even more. Firstly, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fong Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body. He was in an awkward and dangerous situation. Langya's sect used jewel yellow skies to send many crucial Gu worms to Fong Yuan, helping Fong Yuan to get through the difficult situation. When Fong Yuan returned to northern plains from southern border, Langya's sect sacrificed the 2 hairy man Gu immortals that they sent to receive Fong Yuan. Before who immortal blessed land was attacked, land spirit of Langya even helped Fong Yuan move Dang Hun Mountain, Wisdom Gu, and so on, preserving Fong Yuan's foundation to the greatest extent. Especially Wisdom Gu, land spirit of Langya had been responsible for feeding it. It expended a lot of lifespan Gu. Later, land spirit of Langya recruited Fong Yuan as an external supreme elder. He transacted with Fong Yuan and sold dog shit luck immortal Gu, as well as self-luck true inheritance, and so on. After Fong Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, land spirit of Langya exchanged most of the true inheritance contents with Fong Yuan. During the 2 land spirit of Langya's reigns, Langya blessed land refined a large number of Gu worms for Fong Yuan. There were countless mortal Gu and many immortal Gu. Many of these help were timely assistance. They were a huge help to Fong Yuan. One could say that Langya blessed land's role in Fong Yuan's cultivation was not only crucial, it was also extremely huge. And now, even land spirit of Langya did not dare to offend Fong Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. After Fong Yuan married the Snowman tribe, his attitude towards variant humans made land spirit of Langya even more assured. One could say that Langya blessed land had already become Fong Yuan's base. However, precisely because of this, Celestial Court also noticed Langya blessed land. It was just that for a long time, Celestial Court did not know what force was supporting Fong Yuan. Until recently, Fairy Myrtle's deductions finally bore fruit. Thus, Langya blessed land immediately became Celestial Court's target. Such guts, you dare to invade my territory. In the sky above the wetland, land spirit of Langya's furious roar could be heard as a silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had a grand aura and intense battle intent. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation, heavenly giant, solar. Langya blessed land was controlled by land spirit of Langya. He knew every blade of grass and every tree. He could sense even the slightest movement. Fong Jioga and the rest suddenly entered Langya blessed land. Land spirit of Langya knew almost instantly. But because these people were very strong, land spirit of Langya gathered hairy man Gu immortals to form heavenly giant solar before rushing here. Chapter 1553. Invaders of Langya, die! Land spirit of Langya shouted. Together with the hairy man Gu immortals around him, they used heavenly giant solar to attack. Retreat! Seeing that the silver giant was charging at them, Central Continent's Gu immortals moved like lightning, retreating in all directions. Even Fong Jioga was retreating. However, he was the slowest to retreat. It was not because he was slower than the other Gu immortals, but because he was staying behind. Undeniably, Fong Jioga had the highest battle strength among Central Continent's Gu immortals. He was also the leader of this expedition. The success or failure of this trip was mostly due to him. He needed to maintain the overall situation. This is Central Continent's spirit affinity, houses Fongjoga, land spirit of Langya's leader, heavenly giant Solar, saw Fongjoga, his pupils shrunk. He had a solemn expression. This person was not friendly. Land spirit of Langya felt immense pressure, because Fongjoga's appearance meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and also that Celestial Court was Langya blessed land's enemy. Celestial Court, in the long history of humanity, it was the #1 force in history. It was also the #1 grotto heaven in the world. Against such an opponent, how could land spirit of Langya not feel nervous and pressured? Little 5. Land spirit of Langya called out. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair quickly nodded. Watch me. Saying so, he activated an immortal killer move. The killer move immediately took effect. Heavenly Giant Solar's silver giant opened its mouth, shooting out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light was very powerful. It arrived in front of Fongjoga in the blink of an eye. Such speed. Fongjoga was slightly stunned. The white light shone on his face, but soon his lips curled up. Swoosh! In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The grand pillar of light pierced through his location and shot far away, creating ripples in the air along the way. Fongjoga appeared again, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and arrived in front of the silver giant's forehead. He is above us. Among the silver giants, the hairy man Gu Immortal in charge of scouting shouted. The hairy man Gu Immortals panicked. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Fongjoga laughed heartily. His sleeves fluttered as a majestic aura burst out from his body. Immortal killer move, 3 extreme sound. Feng Kim Hong punched from afar, and the sound of war drums rang out. Another palm strike rang out, producing the melodious sound of a copper bell. Then he pointed with his finger, producing a sharp whistle. These were the unique skills of the 3 notes, namely drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Previously, Fongjoga only chose to practice the first 2 to make up for his shortcomings. But since Fong Yuan escaped his pursuit, Fongjoga returned to Zhongzhou State, reflected on his shortcomings, and worked hard to practice the last one, sentry. This way, when the 3 methods were used together, they could form the consecutive move, 3 extreme sound, fist palm, finger, fist palm, finger. According to this sequence, Fongjoga continued to attack. The immortal essence expenditure of each attack was greatly reduced, and the power of the attacks was even increasing. Even though the increase in power was not large, Fongjoga's attacks were extremely fast. His fists, palms, and fingers were like a wheel. He had already attacked 100 times in a short period of time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, the power of 3 extreme sound could not be underestimated. Sound waves landed on the silver giant's body, causing the silver giant to stagger. The hairy man Gu Immortals were feeling dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms, creating winds and clouds. It wanted to knock down Fongjoga, who was in the air. But Fongjoga's flying methods were extremely powerful. He moved around in the air with extraordinary agility, even though the giant's arms were shockingly thick, and its movements were ferocious. It could not do anything to Fongjoga. It seems that I need to use immortal methods to restrain this person. Land spirit of Langya's gaze became more solemn. It suddenly shouted, 3rd hair, 4th hair. The 2 hairy man Gu Immortals responded in unison, activating their immortal killer moves. 3rd hair's killer move caused a layer of dark green wooden armor to appear on the silver giant's body. Fongjoga's 3 extreme sound landed on it, but the sound waves were actually absorbed by the wooden armor. 4th hair's killer move caused countless golden spiraling chi currents to shoot out from the top of the silver giant's head. These chi currents were densely packed. They surrounded and attacked Fongjoga. Fongjoga's situation immediately turned for the worse. His attacks were no longer effective. No matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents around him kept increasing. He could not get rid of them. Not far away, central continent Gu immortal Fang Yun Hua saw this, and had a thought. According to the information, if we take down this silver giant, the battle will be decided. Feng Jioge is in trouble. I can help him. Thinking of this, Fang Yunhua was about to use his killer move when he heard his companion's warning. Brother Fang, dodge. What? At the next moment, Fang Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth again, shooting out a grand pillar of light. This beam of light was aimed directly at Fang Yunhua. Fang Yunhua hurriedly activated her defensive means. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Fang Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jioge or Fang Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But 3 breaths of time was enough. Fang Yunhua used this chance to turn into a white cloud of light, scattering and gathering in the sky, returning to his original body. Blood leaked out of Fang Yunhua's mouth. His expression was pale. There was shock in his eyes. Earlier, I was distracted and wanted to prepare a killer move. I exposed a flaw. The enemy could sense it immediately. What investigative method is this? Langya blessed land had a deep foundation, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous land spirit of Langya had no interest in anything other than Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Back then, Fang Yuan exchanged true inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. On one hand, it was for the transaction. On the other hand, it was to help Langya sect increase their battle strength. Langya sect had immortal Gu, but they lacked good killer moves in battle. Now, Fang Yuan's actions were finally effective. Feng Jioge's heart sank. This investigative killer move could instantly sense the enemy's flaws. It was extremely convenient for the Gu Immortal to attack them accurately. With such a killer move, it was a huge hindrance to the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the Silver Giant. Because these Central Continent Gu Immortals came from all sorts of sects, they rarely fought together. Once they attacked the Silver Giant, they would make mistakes in their coordination. Once such a mistake appeared, the Silver Giant would immediately make use of it. The more people there are, the more troublesome it is. Let me stall Heavenly Giant Solar for the time being. Feng Jioge's thoughts raced as he fought. He quickly changed his tactic, instructing the other Gu Immortals. Scatter and set up an immortal Gu formation. We will wait for the reinforcements. Such guts! The land spirit of Langya heard this and scolded in anger. Feng Jioge smiled. He purposely said this. This was a blatant scheme. He was not afraid that the land spirit of Langya would not give in. Even though the Silver Giant had rank 8 battle strength, there was only one of it, while Central Continent had 7 Gu Immortals. The Silver Giant could not split itself, but if it sent out hairy man Gu Immortals to fight, it would fall into Feng Jioge's trap. Even though these hairy man Gu Immortals were much more skilled in battle, they were not the match of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was in a dilemma. They could not split up or not split up. The battle in Langya blessed land was intense. Far away in southern borders Fetus Earth Maze, it was tranquil. Where am I? Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He found that he was lying on a bed. He wanted to get up, but found that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with confusion. He muttered to himself, "Who am I? I seem to have forgotten something important." "Oh, son, you are finally awake." At this time, an old woman heard the commotion and came in. Seeing that Fang Yuan had woken up, she cried tears of joy. "You are?" Fang Yuan was confused. The old woman's expression shook as she cried. "Oh, son, did you get hit in the head? Did you become stupid? I am your mother. You are Shin San. A few days ago, that young Master Shu could not bear to see you and Xionyang together. He got his clan's Gu masters to beat you up. Oh, son, listen to me. Even though you and Xionyang are innocent, our clan is small. Even though there were Gu masters in our ancestors, we are in ruins now. You can't compete with young Master Shu for Xionyang. No matter, just let her go. Xionyang, Fang Yuan muttered. Is this all real? I actually forgot all of this. After a few days, he gradually understood his background. Originally, he and Xionyang were betrothed to each other, but when he was young, his father died in battle. The only Gu master in the clan was gone. The clan fell. Originally, they were a match for each other, but now they could not compare. Xionyang's parents favored young Master Shu more. Shu clan was a huge clan. They were a wealthy clan in the city. They had dozens of Gu masters, including their retainers. They had over 100 Gu masters. A few days later, Xionyang came to see Fang Yuan. Darling San, how are your injuries? I have been thinking about you day and night, but my parents grounded me. I lied and said that I was going to a Gu master to learn cultivation. That's why I came here. My darling San, my pitiful darling San. Xionyang saw Fang Yuan lying on the bed. She started sobbing softly. Her gaze was filled with sincere love. Fang Yuan looked at Xionyang. He felt like this was the first time he was seeing this person. He looked at her like a stranger. Xionyang was in her teenage years. She had snow-white skin and white teeth. Her hair was like a waterfall. She wore a moon-white dress. She had a slim figure. She was simple and pure. Right now, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu fell in love with Xionyang. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He did not speak. Xionyang was puzzled. At this moment, the old lady sighed and said the reason. Xionyang cried out in pain. She was nervous. She held on to Fang Yuan's hand as she talked about the past, trying to make him remember her. Those past events might be ordinary, but they contained the love between the two of them. The love in Fang Yuan's heart seemed to be awakened. He looked at Xionyang's eyes as he stretched out his hand, caressing her soft face as he called out softly, Xionyang, sigh. Xionyang quickly agreed. She grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and placed it on her face. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan's eyes with deep love, calling out again, my darling San, my darling San. Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the immortal battlefield, Lu Wei-yin smiled as he muttered to himself, I was right after all, humans are not plants. How can they be emotionless? This Fang Yuan is not a heartless person. He still has love and affection in his heart. Lu Wei-yin looked around. At some point in time, be it Tai Mian Shun and the other Gu Immortals or Shang Xianci and the other Gu Masters, they were floating in the air with their eyes closed. Among them, Shang Xianci's eyes were shut. Her eyeballs were rolling and her face was slightly red. She seemed to be in a beautiful dream. Chapter 1554. Langya Blessed Land. An intense battle was ongoing. Central Continent's Gu Immortals received orders and scattered, setting up immortal formations. As long as the immortal formation was completed, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would be able to enter Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Fengjoga and the rest. This was bad news for the land spirit of Langya. Thus, they had to be stopped. This Fengjoga is truly scheming. My hairy man Gu Immortals can only gather and form heavenly giant solar ancient battle formation to fight rank 8s. He wants me to split up. How can I let him do that? Land spirit of Langya snickered in his mind. If it were the previous white-haired land spirit, he might have been panicking and panicking already. But this black-haired land spirit was skilled in fighting. He immediately saw through Fengjoga's scheme. We cannot split up. In that case, I will kill some of your Central Continent Gu Immortals first. We will compete in speed. Will your immortal formations come faster, or will I kill you faster? Land spirit of Langya's eyes shined with an unyielding light. Roar! The silver giant suddenly roared, and the sound waves surged in all directions, repelling Fengjoga. Next, The silver giant raised its right leg and moved forward. It moved very slowly, as if there was a formless mountain hanging on its right leg. Oh no! Feng Jioge's expression changed because he sensed an intense space path aura from the silver giant. This was a space path killer move. Feng Jioge wanted to stop it. He used triple extreme sound attacks again, but the silver giant was unreasonable. It forcefully endured the attacks and wanted to complete the space path killer move. The silver giant finally moved its right leg. The moment its right leg stepped on the ground below it shrunk by countless times. It moved 100 li in one step. A central continent, Gu Immortal, was flying on a cloud when suddenly the air around him rippled. His entire body and the area in front of him were shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned around and his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that the silver giant was already behind him. Its hands were grabbing at him from both sides. The central continent, Gu Immortal, felt a strong sense of danger. He gritted his teeth and activated all his methods, trying to escape. However, a mysterious radiance suddenly shot out from each of the silver giant's palms. The two profound lights landed on the central continent, Gu Immortal. His killer move that was about to form crumbled. Save me! The central continent, Gu Immortal, was locked in place by the two mystical lights. He could not move. He screamed in panic and asked for help from his companions. At the next moment, he was trapped by the silver giant's two hands. The silver giant's 10 fingers clasped together. The two hands fused together, forming a spherical silver cage. Unparalleled pressure came from all directions. Central continent's Gu Immortal's bones were crackling. The central continent, Gu Immortal's expression changed. He could feel that his defensive methods were collapsing. He could not resist the internal pressure of the silver prison. Save me! He no longer had a trace of calmness as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Guh! At the next moment, his body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was crushed by the pressure of the silver cage. This rank 7 expert of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects died tragically at the hands of the silver giant. Good. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects are only SOSO. Inside the silver giant, Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Let's do this. That Feng Jioge has rank 8 battle strength. He is the hardest nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. Let's crush these weaklings first. Let's see who in this world dares to invade our hairy man habitat. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation. It had been tested for a long time. It was the peak of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength to begin with, but the hairy man Gu Immortal's battle attainment was too low. Even the white-haired land spirit was the same. That was why they performed poorly against Shadow Sect's attacks. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect. They could leave easily. But it was different now with the black-haired land spirit's reforms and the establishment of Langya's sect after a period of Feng Yuan's personal guidance. The hairy man Gu Immortal's battle attainment was much higher than before. It was much higher now. This way, the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, that was formed could truly display rank 8 battle strength. The black-haired land spirit often stopped the hairy man Gu Immortals from practicing this ancient battle formation. It caused Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals to lose their lives here. Southern Border, Fetus Earth Maze. Scenes of the mortal world continued to play out. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Feng Yuan sighed. He wore a simple robe as he walked in a courtyard surrounded by mud walls. There was a well in the courtyard. Most of the bricks in the well were gone. There was also a fruit tree that had no leaves at all. It was withered and thin. This is my home. Feng Yuan looked around as he sighed. He looked at the old woman's sleeping room. It was even more dilapidated than his own room. There were many holes in the paper windows. Seeing this, Feng Yuan felt ashamed in his heart. Thinking of Xiaonyang, Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of love. Undeniably, these were the two most important women in his life. After recuperating for several months, his injuries were almost completely healed. He could get off his bed and walk around. Right now, he was thinking about many things. The moonlight was like frost. It shone on his tightly furrowed brows. Lying on his bed for the past few days, he had been thinking about his situation. Xiaonyang treats me so sincerely. I must marry her. I will not let her down. Mother likes Xiaonyang very much, but due to the situation, I had to give her up. There are two obstacles for me to marry Xiaonyang. The first is Shu clan. They have a huge business and many people. The second is Xiaonyang's parents. They are both Gu masters. They look down on a mortal like me. In the end, it is because my aptitude is not good enough. I cannot become a Gu master. If I can become a Gu master and cultivate to rank 3, Xiaonyang's parents might be able to accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. This was a dead end. There was no way out. Even though there were rumors of Gu that could change aptitude, who would pay a huge price to help a poor lad like Fang Yuan for no reason. Even though Xiaonyang had Gu master aptitude, she was only C grade. Her potential was low. If she had a bright future, she would become a rank 3 Gu master. She would be able to decide her own happiness. She would not be helpless like now. What should I do? Fang Yuan looked at the moon and sighed. He was extremely troubled. But at this moment, he heard the sound of a zither. Where is this zither sound coming from? Fang Yuan listened carefully. He heard that this was not just zither music. There were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened carefully, trying to find the source of the music as he walked towards the well. Strange. This music is coming from my well. Why is this? Fang Yuan leaned against the well and looked inside. He saw that the moonlight was shining into the well. It was very clear. Fang Yuan saw that on the wall of the well, there was a place where dozens of bricks formed the shape of a door. It was shining with a white jade-like luster. It was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued. He tied the hemp rope on the bucket to a nearby fruit tree, then climbed down along the hemp rope. At the middle part, his legs were on the rope as he stretched out his hand towards the white jade-like bricks, trying to push. His strength was small, but the moment he touched the jade brick, it turned into nothingness, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, sucking Fang Yuan, who was caught off guard in the next moment. The night passed. Fang Yuan got up, his eyes shining. His spirit was completely different from before, a world of difference. As it turned out, there was an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal in this well. It was called Virtue True Inheritance. Because it had existed for too long, it was already damaged. Fang Yuan inherited this damaged true inheritance. He opened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 Gu master. He also obtained the acknowledgement of several mortal Gu. His strength rose sharply. His life was completely different now. Heaven took pity on me, giving me such a peerless, fortuitous encounter. Now, there is a huge chance for me to marry Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was overflowing with joy. But he endured it. He knew that he could not expose himself now. This fortuitous encounter was too important. If he exposed it, he would get himself killed. I need to cultivate hard and accumulate my strength secretly. Only when I have enough strength to protect myself can I expose my identity. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He frowned slightly. But this true inheritance has a special requirement. It requires the inheritor to maintain justice in his heart, to be a person of virtue. Moreover, the more virtuous one is, the easier it will be to cultivate. Virtue? Fang Yuan hesitated. He felt some disdain towards this term, but now that he obtained this true inheritance, this disdain dissipated. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated hard, secretly accumulating his strength. The old woman persuaded him not to get close to Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. He had his own plans. Xiaonyang came to find him to relieve her pain of longing. Fang Yuan advised her gently. He told her to endure it. He had a way. What made Fang Yuan extremely happy was that Xiaonyang believed his words without reservation. During the cultivation, the old woman suddenly fell ill. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being stabbed, but ordinary herbs had no effect. Fang Yuan was burning with anxiety. He found a Gu master to treat her, but that rank 2 Gu master did not want his meager fees. He did not want to do it in winter. Fang Yuan heard that this Gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li and arrived at a lake in the mountains. Fang Yuan started a fire and melted the ice. He dived into the water and caught some fish, giving them to the Gu master. The Gu master was very touched by Fang Yuan's filial piety. He finally treated the old woman. The old woman recovered. Fang Yuan was very happy about this. There was also an unexpected joy. He found that he had a rank 2 accumulate virtue Gu in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this kind of accumulate virtue Gu could be refined continuously as long as Fang Yuan did good deeds and did good deeds. The greater the good deeds they accumulate, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu that they refine. Accumulate virtue Gu had many uses. It was one of the foundational cores of the virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a righteous path, virtuous body. According to the vague records in the true inheritance, the righteous path virtuous body was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. It did not have the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. It was not a small matter. It represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan continued to do good deeds. He did not let go of any opportunity. He continued to refine, accumulate virtue Gu. Soon, his virtue and reputation started to spread. Fang Yuan's aptitude got better. His cultivation efficiency also got higher. 2 years later, he secretly became a rank 2 Gu master. In an accident, he had to expose his identity as a Gu master to save a drowning baby. Coincidentally, a Shu clan elder saw this. Fang Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought that a mere mortal like Fang Yuan could actually improve his aptitude and cultivate to rank 2. There had to be a huge secret. Thus he attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him bitterly, but in the end, he performed exceptionally, using the mortal killer move virtue, win over people. This move expended all of the accumulate virtue Gu that he had accumulated. The Shu clan elder was unharmed after getting hit by this move, but soon he cried bitterly, kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face before crying out, "I am not a human, I am not a human, I actually had such evil thoughts. I dared to attack such a noble and virtuous person like you. I am a beast, I am not a human. Please forgive me. Give me a chance to repent and make up for my mistakes." Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect this move to be so powerful. From then on, he subdued this Shu clan elder and obtained the most reliable source of information about Shu clan's young master. At this point, Fang Yuan worked even harder to accumulate virtue. His reputation spread among mortals. Many Gu masters heard of him. After a few more years, the truth could not be concealed. Fang Yuan's Gu master identity was exposed, but he used other Gu worms to conceal his huge secret. Xiaonyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they still did not want their daughter to marry a poor person like Fang Yuan. Compared to the lone Fang Yuan, Shu clan's young master had a huge advantage. But Xiaonyang was in love with Fang Yuan. Shu clan's young master was filled with jealousy. He found trouble with Fang Yuan many times. Even though Fang Yuan's life was full of twists and turns, as long as Xiaonyang was around, he welcomed every day with hope. Finally, the conflict reached its limit. Shu clan's young master challenged Fang Yuan to a life and death battle. Fang Yuan agreed. This caused a huge commotion. Even in the surrounding forces, many Gu masters heard about it. Right before the battle, in the middle of the night, Fang Yuan was ambushed by Shu clan's Gu masters. Fang Yuan escaped to the forest with heavy injuries. He was filled with hatred because he knew that he was heavily injured. He was not Shu clan's young master's match. If he agreed to the battle, he would be courting death. But if he did not go, he would be considered defeated. Xiaonyang would be forced by her parents to marry Shu clan's young master. How can I let Xiaonyang fall into the hands of this despicable person? Even if I die, I want a what sound? Fang Yuan was shocked. He turned his head and saw a terrifying beast tide charging towards him from the mountaintop. Good. The heavens have opened their eyes and allowed this beast tide to destroy the city. The Shu clan will be caught off guard and will definitely suffer a great defeat. This can be considered as taking revenge for me. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile froze at the next moment. He thought of his mother. He thought of Xiaonyang. He thought of his neighbors and friends. The cute faces of these people appeared in his mind. He could not get rid of them. If he allowed the beast tide to attack the city, who knew how many of these people would die? Even if he secretly saved them, with his strength, how many could he save? Even if I saved Xiaonyang and my mother, what about these people? Do they not have children? They have parents too. If I did not report them, I would be harming them. Also, even if Shu clan's young master is a scoundrel, not everyone in Shu clan is like him. There are cute and respectable people among them. Why should I vent my anger on them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have lived in this city for 20 years. It has raised me. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts long ago. Could it be that I also have to watch as this city is captured? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze became firm. He turned around and ran towards the city. Even though he knew that on the way back, he would likely meet those Shu clan Gu masters and be killed by them. But he had to go, because ever since he inherited the true inheritance of Daoda, in these past few years he had already engraved Daoda into his bones. It permeated into his thoughts. He felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to do some things. Fang Yuan ran back to the city and informed everyone about the beast tide. It attracted a lot of attention. This beast tide was so sudden and hidden, but thanks to Fang Yuan's warning, the Gu masters in the city were fully prepared. They stabilized their footing. The city lord learned of Fang Yuan's situation. He praised Fang Yuan for risking his life to inform them. With the city lord's support, Fang Yuan was no longer afraid of Shu clan using their forces to find trouble with him. His battle with Shu clan's young master was also postponed. Afterwards, in the battle that lasted for a year, Fang Yuan performed extremely well. He saved countless Gu masters and mortals. He was willing to help others. He did not ask for anything in return. On one hand, his strength increased greatly. He refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. On the other hand, people respected him greatly. His reputation rose greatly. After the beast tide retreated, Fang Yuan, on the other hand, underwent a complete transformation. He finally fought against Shu clan's young master openly. In this battle of life and death, Fang Yuan obtained victory with absolute dominance. But he spared Shu clan's young master's life. Oh, Shun-san, you repaid evil with kindness. I am convinced. I will follow your lead from now on. Please accept my bow. Shu clan's young master knelt down on the spot. Everyone in the city was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old. He gave his position to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. He became the new city lord. The day he took office was also the day he and Xiaonyang got married. bright red, happiness characters, lively guests, good wine and delicacies, and a wedding night. Xiaonyang was dressed beautifully. She sat on the bed, looking at Feng Yuan with deep emotions. Feng Yuan, we are finally husband and wife. I knew I was not wrong about you. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Of course, but he pressed on his chest. Xiaonyang became nervous. But what? Were you feeling unwell? Feng Yuan shook his head. I suddenly feel a little empty. Xiaonyang giggled. She was like a blooming peony, extremely beautiful. What are you feeling empty about? Lang San, I wonder how many people are envious of you now. Feng Yuan's expression turned stiff. They are envious of me? It is just wealth, power, strength, and beauty. As he said this, his tone turned cold. A sharp aura shot out of his gaze. Xiaonyang's expression changed. Lang San, what's wrong? Your words are making me feel uneasy. Feng Yuan looked at her with a serious expression. He looked at this beautiful woman who made him yearn for her day and night. He loved her dearly. His gaze was so serious that Xiaonyang felt even more uneasy. Next, Xiaonyang saw Feng Yuan shake his head and sigh, so many things, they are just SOO. At the next moment, everything around them collapsed. Chapter 1555. Northern Plains, Lang, you blessed land. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. A central continent, rank 7 Gu immortal shouted. He knew he could not escape. Facing the silver giant, he retaliated before his death. The immortal killer move was powerful. The entire silver giant staggered back a few steps. But that was all. Slap! The silver giant clapped its palms, turning him into meat paste. Ha ha ha! The third central continent, Gu immortal, is dead. Land spirit of Langya laughed loudly, feeling satisfied. The silver giant turned around and looked at Feng Joga, who had just arrived, shouting provocatively. Oh, Feng Joga, even if you have rank 8 battle strength, so what? Can you stop me from killing your companions? You dared to invade my Lang, you blessed land. I will make this place your burial ground. Feng Joga's gaze seemed to be spewing fire. He was furious. In this Lang, you blessed land, land spirit of Langya was the main force. He had a huge territorial advantage. The silver giant formed by Heavenly Giant Solar had genuine rank 8 battle strength. Even if he used his killer move, he could not stop the silver giant from slaughtering the other central continent Gu immortals. In that case, I have no choice but to do this. Feng Joga's gaze suddenly turned deep and unfathomable. Land spirit of Langya had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do? Feng Joga smiled, lightly. Nothing much. I am just trying to imitate you. He suddenly flew down from Cloud Cover Continent, arriving at one of the 3 continents above the sea, Black Hair Continent. Below Feng Joga, there was a hairy man city. Countless hairy men were living inside. They did not know that a calamity was about to befall them. Stop! Land spirit of Langya drove the silver giant towards Feng Joga, but Feng Joga forcefully activated an immortal killer move. With a loud sound, this hairy man city crumbled. Countless hairy men were buried in the rubble. Tens of thousands of hairy men died in an instant. Land spirit of Langya's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, Feng Joga, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. You actually attacked so viciously. Feng Joga smiled coldly. My righteous path is the righteous path of humanity, not the righteous path of you variant humans. Since when did you variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Since when did variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Langya land spirit tried to stop him, but just like how Feng Joga could not stop him from slaughtering Central Continent's Gu immortals, he could not stop Feng Joga from killing these hairy men. Feng Joga did not care about these Central Continent Gu immortals. After all, they came from different sects. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had been fighting for a long time. But Land Spirit of Langya cared about these hairy men's lives. Because he had the ideology of hairy men, this was his weakness. Fong Jioga attacked the enemy's weakness. He immediately restrained Land Spirit of Langya. The other central continent Gu immortals were saved from danger. The situation was very disadvantageous to Langya, southern border, inside the battlefield killer move. Strange. Lu Wei-yin had a bewildered expression. My killer move imitates reincarnation battlefield, using fetus Earth maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. There are many people participating in the dream realm this time. They are all human path elites. The dream realm is so powerful that even I can only influence it, I cannot control it. This Fong Yuan has emotions and love in his heart. He also yearns for wealth, authority, and strength. But why did he suddenly lose control of the dream realm? This sympathetic dream realm's virtue true inheritance was not fake. It was a crucial move that Lu Wei-yin had specially arranged. The main goal was to guide Fong Yuan towards kindness, to stimulate the morality and righteousness in his heart, to turn him from demonic to righteous, to become a righteous path Gu immortal. The entire process, from the start to the end, was very smooth and successful. But right when Lu Wei-yin thought that he was about to succeed, Fong Yuan suddenly deviated from the original path. This situation made Lu Wei-yin extremely puzzled. He thought about it carefully, but could not understand it. Forget it. Even though this life has passed, there are still 2 lives left. Let me reform you again. Lu Wei-yin breathed in deeply, his expression becoming extremely serious. In the second life, in the dream realm, Fong Yuan became a young master. His clan was a super force that ruled over an area. His grandfather was the first supreme elder. His father and mother were Gu immortals with supreme authority. As the only son of the family, Fong Yuan was pampered from birth. He enjoyed the pinnacle of glory and wealth in the world from a young age. When he was young, he inevitably became a profligate young master. Even though he was lazy and neglected his cultivation, his elders supported him and paid a huge price to raise his cultivation level. Thus, when Fong Yuan was 16, even though he played around all day, he had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Fong Yuan forgot his original self. He also forgot his first life in the dream realm. He lived happily and without worries. Just when he thought that his life could continue like this forever, the clan was attacked by a demonic overlord. This peerless demonic cultivator had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He was ferocious and cunning. Fong Yuan's clan was not his match. The clan paid a huge price to invite helpers. They allied with other righteous path forces to attack the demon. In this battle, his grandfather and father died in battle. The demon was defeated and disappeared without a trace. News of his death spread. However, Fong Yuan's life took a nosedive. His mother could not hold the fort alone. She was soon suppressed by the other forces in the clan. Survival was not a problem. After all, his mother could shelter him from the wind and rain. But a few years later, that demon reappeared. The first thing he did was to kill his way into Fong Yuan's clan, slaughtering all of his clansmen. The scene was extremely tragic. The Blessed Land's headquarters that had been living in peace and contentment was now in ruins. Corpses were everywhere. Fong Yuan was the only Gu master who survived by a fluke. Demon, I will kill you. He was determined to die. He disregarded his own safety and charged towards the demon. The demon laughed loudly. He blew out a breath of air and blew Fong Yuan to the ground. He stretched out his leg and stepped on Fong Yuan's head, smiling. Little scoundrel, do you hate me? I can feel how much you hate me, because what you experience today is the same as what I experienced. I was immortal. I had family to live with. Even though the days were tough, they were happy and harmonious. But a Gu master in your clan killed my entire family because of a tiny Gu worm. I narrowly escaped death. I was determined to take revenge. Heaven has eyes. I obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. I can finally take revenge today. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. The demon laughed even louder. Eventually, he stomped on Fang Yuan's head until it exploded. 3 days later, in a hidden cave on a mountain, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Didn't I die? When he realized he was still alive, he was extremely shocked. But soon, a scene of the past appeared in his mind. His mother used an immortal killer move on him. Solemnly, the entire process was extremely secretive. No one knew about it. My son, this killer move can protect your soul and allow you to revive once. If this killer move is useful in the future, I hope you can live a good life. Don't take revenge for us. His mother said this to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but cry. He realized that the reason he could revive was because of his mother. He had been reborn, but his mother had not. Evidently, she had given her only chance of survival to Fang Yuan. What a great mother's love! Fang Yuan was sobbing uncontrollably. The hatred in his heart was accumulating like a vast ocean, creating huge waves in his heart. How much he loved his clansmen and his home, how much he hated that demon. After crying for a while, Fang Yuan knelt on the ground. He swore to the heavens that he would use all his strength, no matter what price he had to pay. He would kill that demon and take revenge for his parents, clansmen, and himself. From then on, Fang Yuan started to cultivate hard. He worked extremely hard. He only had the most basic sleep every day. Even eating and defecating had to be calculated by the seconds. After he revived, he changed his body, but his aptitude was still peerless. It was even more convenient for him to conceal his identity. He still had his clan's inheritance and the foundation of a superforce. Even though there were no immortal Gu left behind, in this place where he was reborn, his mother had arranged many mortal Gu for him. Like this, he cultivated hard in this cave. 8 years later, he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a high-grade blessed land. But rank 6 was not that demon's match. Fang Yuan's heart for revenge became firmer as time passed. The cultivation resources left behind by his mother had already been used up. Fang Yuan left the cave and started to roam the world. At this time, the whole world submitted to the demon's might. Without rank 9 appearing, the demon was the #1 person in the world. Fang Yuan cultivated while actively joining the forces that resisted the demon. However, the demon was truly too powerful. Countless resistance forces had vanished into thin air under his powerful strength. Gradually, the situation became worse. Many Gu immortals joined the demon and became his lackeys. Even though Fang Yuan's strength grew, his rank 7 cultivation level was still not the demon's match. He still had to deal with the encirclement and pursuit of those lackeys. His cultivation situation became more and more difficult. The number of injuries he suffered was uncountable. Many times in desperate situations, he relied on luck to survive. He suffered untold hardships and endured untold pain. These pains were deeply buried in his heart, making the hatred in his heart even more intense. He became older. He became silent. I don't have much lifespan left. Fang Yuan looked at his old face in the water, feeling anxious. Please give me your lifespan, Gu. I am willing to pay you 3 rank 7 immortal Gu. He found a Gu immortal. This was his benefactor, and also someone who wanted to deal with the demon. Chapter 1556. I really need it. I have a reason to live on. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, persisting with all his might. In this world, everyone has a reason to live. Why do you want me to die just because you want to live? This Gu immortal smiled. Of course, I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy. You want to take revenge on him. But he is also my enemy. I want to take revenge on him too. Why do you want to sacrifice my reason to fulfill yours? Go find other lifespan goo. I want to use my own lifespan goo. Fang Yuan could not retort, because this goo immortal's words were very reasonable. He continued to plead, but it was useless. Fang Yuan could only go out to find lifespan goo. In fact, he had been paying attention to lifespan goo while cultivating. But his luck was bad. The demon was also collecting lifespan goo, causing lifespan goo to become very rare in the outside world. Fang Yuan had no way out. He knelt in front of his parents' tombstones for the entire night. That night, he first cried, then sobbed. At dawn, he stood up, and his eyes became very dangerous. In order to obtain lifespan goo, he decided to take a risk. Eventually, he killed his benefactor and took the lifespan goo from him. Using this lifespan goo, he successfully extended his life and continued to cultivate, looking for a chance to take revenge. He started to lose his principles. He became unscrupulous. Thus, he was gradually treated as a dangerous person by other goo immortals. They saw him as a member of the demonic path. So what if I become a demon? I will do anything that can help me take revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that resisted him. His status was like the sun in the sky. No one in the world could shake him. Fang Yuan could not find any hope of killing the demon. He could not endure it anymore. The hatred in his heart was like a monster in the darkness. If he did not satisfy this monster's desire for revenge, this monster would first devour Fang Yuan himself. Thus, Fang Yuan turned his gaze to the people around the demon. The demon was also human, even though his family was killed. But over the years, he had a wife, subordinates, and many children. Among all of his children, the demon doted on a young girl the most. She was only 16 years old when the demon paid an astonishing price to forcefully raise her to a goo immortal. Fang Yuan then carried out a meticulous plan and created an accident to purposely get close to this female immortal. You can call me Little Shang. Thank you for saving me. The female immortal was very innocent, and Fang Yuan appeared as her savior, so he quickly gained her trust. Fang Yuan was good at acting. The vicissitudes of life made his acting skills exquisite, and his rich experience made him able to see through people's hearts. At first, he got close to female immortal Xiao Shang to kill her and let the demon taste pain. However, as he spent more time with Xiao Shang, the beautiful memories in Fang Yuan's heart were gradually awakened. However, when Xiao Shang took the initiative to confess her love to him, Fang Yuan panicked and fled with his face covered. He disappeared from Xiao Shang's sight. He concealed himself and returned to his parents' tombs, kneeling down as tears flowed down his face. Because from his panic, he understood his own feelings. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Xiao Shang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of his mortal enemy, the person who killed his family? Fang Yuan was extremely sad and also extremely conflicted. Eventually, he decided to let Xiao Shang go and only find the demon to take revenge. He changed his appearance and did some businesses that cost nothing. After gathering enough cultivation resources, he built a hut in front of the tombs and cultivated bitterly to advance to rank 8. He succeeded in advancing to rank 8, but he was heavily injured. When he was recuperating, Little Shang actually appeared and found Fang Yuan. She questioned Fang Yuan. Why did he cover his face and flee when she confessed? She said that this was the first time she confessed to someone she liked, but she was treated like this. She was not resigned to this. She had to get to the bottom of it. Fang Yuan could not tell her the truth. He could only bring her to his parents' tombs, saying, "This is the tomb of the person I once loved." Little Shang's face turned pale. She apologized to Fang Yuan and asked, "Why are there no words on this tombstone?" Of course, there were no words. How could Fang Yuan leave behind such a loophole and expose his true identity? Thus, he sighed, because I did not know her name from start to end. Next, he narrated a sad and beautiful love story. Little Shang's face was covered in tears as she listened. She was deeply immersed in the story. She was filled with sympathy and love for Fang Yuan. She decided to accompany Fang Yuan and live with him to help Fang Yuan walk out of the shadow of his life. Her reason was very strong. What's wrong with helping the person I love? Although Fang Yuan loved Xiaoshang, he was not willing to be with her because he was afraid. He was afraid that after he succeeded in his revenge, he would cause even more harm to Xiaoshang. He was also afraid that if he and Xiaoshang were together, his will to take revenge would fade away. On the night that Xiaoshang stayed, Fang Yuan met the demon, his lifelong enemy. The demon used his methods to make Xiaoshang sleep before forcefully summoning him over. Fang Yuan carefully hid himself. The demon did not discover his true identity. Although the demon's tone and attitude were strong, what surprised Fang Yuan was that he did not forcefully separate him and Xiaoshang. From the demon's words, Fang Yuan acutely sensed the love of a father who cared for his children and hoped that they would be happy. You have rank 8 cultivation. You are barely worthy of my daughter. Treat him well. This kid really likes you. After the demon said this, he left. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the demon's actions had some hidden reasons. Sure enough, Little Shang revealed a shocking secret after he probed in a roundabout way. That was, the demon wanted to break through to the 9 revolutions realm, but he himself did not have much confidence in doing so. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon's actions meant that he did not have much confidence in breaking through to rank 9. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be like Fang Yuan, heavily injured. At that time, it would be the best time for Fang Yuan to take revenge. At once, the will to take revenge took the upper hand. The unprecedented hope made Fang Yuan calm and rational. He decided not to chase Xiaoshang away. He wanted to use her to get close to the demon. The demon failed to break through to rank 9 indeed. He hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Fang Yuan could find out his location, the news was leaked by the demon's most trusted subordinate. The demon had always been domineering and strict towards his subordinates. It was normal for his subordinate to betray him. Most Gu immortals did not truly submit to the demon. After getting this news, the 5 regions rose up. A large number of Gu immortals worked together and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Xiaoshang was worried about her father and wanted to go help him. Fang Yuan took the chance to go with her. Xiaoshang was extremely moved. Fang Yuan thus got close to the demon. A huge battle started. The demon was unstoppable and killed many Gu immortals, but he also exposed his weak nature. The Gu immortals saw hope and fought to the death. Fang Yuan schemed and framed the demon, leaking precious information and causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides fought until they ran out of resources. Under a coincidence, Fang Yuan obtained the control of the immortal formation that defeated the enemy. The immortal formation only had the power for one final attack left, but it was enough to decide the battle. The Gu immortals shouted at Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice, and restore order to the world." Little Shang was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was her only hope of survival. The demon said to Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill these Gu immortals. I will make you the second strongest person in the world. You will enjoy endless wealth. My daughter will accompany you for the rest of your life." Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. In his mind, his parents appeared. They were also roaring angrily, "Kill him! Kill this demon! Avenge our clan!" Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal formation. Wherever he attacked, that side would be destroyed, and the other side would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu immortals, the demon would win. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. But if he did not do this, Little Shang would die. Maybe he should save little Shang first. There would be a chance to kill the demon in the future. After this, Feng Yuan would gain the demon's trust. But this was not safe. Feng Yuan did not have confidence in killing the demon alone. The demon was truly too strong. As long as he could catch his breath, he would become even more vigilant and stronger than before. Feng Yuan's hope of revenge would become very slim. If he attacked the demon, this would be the safest. Feng Yuan would be able to kill him. He would be able to resolve the blood feud that he had been carrying for his entire life. But this way, little Shang would die. This was not what Feng Yuan wanted to see. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Love and hate were entangled in his heart. The conflict and pain was unprecedented, and time was pressing. He needed to make a final decision. No matter what, this decision would determine the future of the world. It would greatly influence the rest of his life. Should he attack this final attack, or not? If he attacked, where would he attack? All the Gu immortals who had doubts looked at Feng Yuan. Many of them shouted loudly, urging Feng Yuan to make this crucial decision. Under everyone's gazes, the hesitation and struggle on Feng Yuan's face disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Next, he started to laugh. As he laughed, he let out a long breath. His entire body relaxed. What are you laughing at? Quickly make a decision. The demon shouted angrily, urging him. I am laughing at myself. I am also laughing at all of you. Feng Yuan looked at him with a calm gaze, then looked at the surroundings, his eyebrows drooping. Love, fighting, and killing, don't you find these trivial matters boring? Chapter 1557. Boom. With a loud sound, another city on Black Hair continent collapsed. Countless hairy men died instantly. Feng Joga, you deserve death. Land Spirit of Langya let out a furious roar. His voice was filled with deep sorrow. Feng Joga smiled coldly as he flew away again. The silver giant was driven by Land Spirit of Langya as it chased after him. Before leaving, it scattered bright light. Inside the ruins of those cities, the injured hairy men who were not dead quickly recovered from the bright light. Their lives were saved. But this was useless in the battle. The silver giant had rank 8 battle strength, but so did Feng Joga. Neither could stop the other, unless there was a huge difference in their battle strength. Feng Yuan still hasn't responded. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. The hairy man Gu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it! Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as he went into a frenzy. At the crucial moment, he can't use it anymore. Is he trying to run away? No, that's not right. He is not someone who lacks courage. As long as he works with me, these Central Continent Gu immortals will all die. That means I'm afraid Feng Yuan has also been attacked by the Celestial Court. Land Spirit of Langya might be furious, but he was still rational. First Supreme Elder, what do? We can't chase after that Feng Joga like this. Sixth Hair asked. The hairy man Gu immortals were not Land Spirit of Langya. Even though they were born and raised here, after becoming immortals, their views changed. They were separated into mortals and immortals. If these ordinary hairy men died, they would just need to spend more time nurturing them. But if these Central Continent Gu immortals were allowed to set up the formation freely, the whole of Langya blessed land would be in trouble. These hairy man Gu immortals also wanted to persuade the Land Spirit of Langya, but they lacked the courage. Only Sixth Hair had a special status. He was a split soul of spectral soul. At this crucial moment, he knew he had to stand up. Out of the other hairy man Gu immortals' expectations, the Land Spirit of Langya did not become more irritable or furious after hearing Sixth Hair's suggestion. Instead, he laughed savagely. Don't worry. How could I forget about those Central Continent Gu immortals? Even without Feng Yuan, we still have other reinforcements. Ha ha ha. This Feng Joga thought that he had succeeded, but in fact, it was just a last-ditch struggle. These people all had to die. All of you must die. Could it be? Hearing this, Sixth Hair's eyes lit up. The other hairy man Gu immortals also reacted. That's right, we're not alone. Not bad, not bad. Our Langya sect has joined the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's Gu immortals have reinforcements, but so do we. Back then, when Feng Yuan created the Four Races Alliance, he had already considered this situation. Feng Yuan was well aware of the importance of Langya blessed land. The alliance he created was to provide a strong guarantee for Langya blessed land's safety. The land spirit of Langya and the hairy man Gu immortals were led by the nose by Feng Joga. Langya sect's forces were all concentrated on the Silver Giant. Central Continent's Gu immortals thought that they were safe, but in fact, Langya sect still had a lot of forces that could be mobilized. In fact, the reinforcements of the Inkmen, Rockmen, and Snowmen had already arrived, but they had yet to show themselves. Is it finally time for us to make a move? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman Gu Immortal Shirxiong received the message from the land spirit of Langya and muttered, "Let's go. What are we waiting for?" The Rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Feng could not hold back anymore. It is a pity that I cannot participate in this battle. Another Rank 7 Close Combat Snowman Gu Immortal, Bingzhua, said regretfully, "With such a formation, why would we need to make a move?" The Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman City laughed heartily. Other than the 4 Rank 7s, there were also many Rank 6 Gu Immortals. Langya sect was attacked. According to the agreement of the Four Races Alliance, the other 3 races had to help each other and resist the enemy together. If they violated the agreement, the punishment would be severe. When Feng Yuan made the agreement, he emphasized on the speed of reinforcements. He did not let go of any details. But these 3 races were not forced to help. They were willing. These variant humans did not have a good impression of humans. Their only worry was that their own Gu immortals would die in battle. But Langya blessed land's hidden immortal formation perfectly resolved this worry of theirs. Ever since the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and the core Immortal Gu were taken away, Langya Blessed Land could only barely defend itself with a damaged Refinement Cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. Feng Yuan was a wise man. He had noticed this long ago. A long time ago, he, who had Formation Path attainment level, exchanged inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. There were a large number of immortal formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron and defend the Blessed Land. Langya sect did not lack immortal Gu. Feng Yuan modified the immortal formations and secretly set up a super Gu formation that was hidden in the whole of Langya Blessed Land. During normal times, it would be hidden, and only when a strong enemy came, the Gu immortals would activate it and unleash a vast power. This was naturally done intentionally by Feng Yuan. He had thought about it deeply, considering the individual battle strength of the hairy man Gu immortals and also the mentality of the Gu immortals who came to help. Setting up an immortal formation was the best choice. And there was another point. After the immortal formation was set up, it could not be moved. Langya Blessed Land might be strong now, but if something happened in the future and they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, Feng Yuan had even left some hidden doors in this immortal formation. After these variant human Gu immortal reinforcements arrived, they were arranged into the immortal formation by the land spirit of Langya. They spent some time familiarizing themselves with the immortal formation, but now they worked together and injected immortal essence, activating this super formation. What's going on? There is actually a super Gu formation hidden here. Impossible. How can Langya still have people? The immortal formation activated with immense power. It was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the Central Continent Gu immortals had just set up immediately crumbled. Many of them were heavily injured. Bing Zhuo and the rest used this chance to kill without mercy. The immortal formation emitted a formless force that was like a giant grinder. Under the pressure, 2 Central Continent Gu immortals lost their lives. Feng Zhouge's expression changed. Land spirit of Langia, I actually fell for your trap. The cruel truth was like a slap that ruthlessly slapped Feng Zhouge's face. This legendary figure of the current era also showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Zhouge could not continue with his previous tactic. He quickly returned and tried to save the remaining Central Continent Gu immortals. But the Silver Giant was holding him back. There was still a super Gu formation in the blessed land that was affecting him. Feng Zhouge used all his strength, but he could only watch as the final Central Continent Gu immortal died. The information was wrong. Lang, your blessed land, actually had such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Zhouge's expression was grim as he faced the combined attacks of the Silver Giant and the Super Gu formation. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. In this situation, only Feng Zhouge was left. He finally used all his strength and unleashed his trump card. Green Jade Song's voice was crisp and clear. It was like pearls of various sizes landing on a jade plate. As the song spread, the Silver Giant's body was covered in a layer of green. Its surface turned into a thick layer of jade. The song resounded. Everywhere it went, white clouds turned into jade, yellow soil turned into jade, even flowing water turned into jade. Everything turned into jade. The surrounding 100 li turned into a world of jade in the blink of an eye. Even the Silver Giant was frozen, turning into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. From the jade statue, the land spirit of Langia's voice could be heard. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade statue. They spread all over its body before collapsing. The Silver Giant broke free and charged at Feng Zhouge again. Feng Zhouge was not surprised. This green jade song had the power of rank 8, but against the Silver Giant, it could only obstruct it temporarily. But he had already gained enough time to use the second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It could affect people's hearts. It was created by Feng Zhouge himself. It was inspired by 5 Finger Fist Heart Sword. It could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides and become the singer's subordinates. The song quickly spread throughout the whole of Lang, your blessed land. But it was useless. Land spirit of Langia laughed loudly. Feng Zhouge, did you think we would not make preparations? Fang Yuan had already informed me about your submission song. While we were fighting earlier, we had already stored all of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants into our immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy. You will never be defeated. Celestial Court could probe Lang, your blessed land's information. Lang, your blessed land could naturally gather information as well. Among them, Feng Zhouge was someone whom Fang Yuan had instructed the land spirit of Langia to be on guard against. Feng Zhouge breathed in deeply, using immortal killer move Heaven and Earth Song. The song was loud and grand. It could move heaven and earth and draw the power of heaven and earth. It could suppress one's will and weaken the enemy's attacks. But this move was even weaker. This was Langia blessed land. It was the enemy's headquarters. It had deep enmity towards Feng Zhouge. How could it be used by him? Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Zhouge dodged left and right as he used his trump card. This song was extraordinary. It was the best method to destroy immortal formations and immortal Gu houses. Back then, Wuyong's rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building had almost been disassembled by this move. Wuyong was greatly shocked. The Silver Giant was an ancient battle formation. While Bingjua and the rest were using the current immortal formation, they were both immortal Gu formations. They were naturally countered by this move. Once they were disassembled, how could these variant human Gu immortals be Feng Joga's match in a duel? Feng Joga's separation song could not move at all when activated, but he had improved a lot over this period of time. Now that he activated separation song, he could move freely and dodge. Once the song was played, it was very weak at first. It was like a soft chant, but also like the murmurs of a quiet night. Next, emotions emerged spontaneously in all of the variant human Gu immortals present. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky. It was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. The Gu immortals could not help but feel sorrow, sorrow, and sorrow. The song suddenly became softer. Incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted the variant human Gu immortals. They had the urge to cry. The pain of separation, the sorrow of separation, the sorrow of separation, the reluctance of separation. Breaking up with her lover, never seeing her friends again, and parting with her family. Separation, the past. Separation, the waving of old friends. Separation, the reflection of the setting sun. Separation, the falling crimson tears of sorrow. Fuck you. Suddenly, land spirit of Langya's roar resounded like thunder, resounding in the sky. At this moment, his immortal killer move had been prepared. Immortal killer move, complete silence. The silver giant shot out countless rays of light. The silver-white light was dazzling. It was like a fragment of the sun. Wherever it shone, the song would dissipate. A shocked expression finally appeared on Feng Joji's face. This move had rank 8 power. It countered him to death. Feng Joga, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Land spirit of Langya shouted proudly. The silver giant pounced at Feng Joga. Feng Joga retreated rapidly. He could only dodge. His gaze flickered rapidly. Langya's side's battle prowess had shocked him time and again. This complete silence was a killer move. Land spirit of Langya had purposely left it at the end before using it. This move was too crucial. In an instant, Feng Jogu was at an absolute disadvantage. This legendary character of Central Continent finally felt an intense aura of death. Chapter 1558. Northern Plains. There was a boundless grassland. It was extremely vast. There were no clouds in the clear sky. There seemed to be nothing, but in fact, there were 3 Gu immortals floating in the sky. According to Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this is the place closest to Langya Blessed Land. The leading male Gu immortal thought to himself, if Northern Plains Gu immortals saw this male Gu immortal's appearance, they would shout in shock, "Prince's impatience." Indeed, this person was one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains, Prince's impatience. The situation had changed. The number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Shui, who had disappeared with his wife because of the destruction of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao clan's first supreme elder, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven. He gave up his clan's responsibility and became the new South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Baizu was once a lone immortal, but now he had occupied He tribe's territory and created the Superforce Baizu tribe. He was part of the righteous path. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped in Longevity Heaven's immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. Because of the invasion of Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven appeared. Heavenly Lord Baizu became a righteous path Gu Immortal, Old Ancestor Shui, who disappeared. The whole of Northern Plains became the world of righteous path. It was bright and glorious, demonic path Gu Immortals had to live in fear. Among the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals, only Prince's impatience was still safe and sound. There were no changes to his body. This person had a special identity. On the surface, he was a foreign rank 8 Gong Tribe Supreme Elder, and Gong Wan Ting's husband, but he had another identity. He was a pawn that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains' immortal world long ago. He was Central Continent's highest-level spy in Northern Plains. Fairy Myrtle had planned for a long time. This time, she sent Feng Joga and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Chen Yi, she also used the important pawn, Prince's Impatience. Lord, the nearest place is one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. Loosetail Ridge, Langya Blessed Land, is likely hidden there. Beside Prince's Impatience, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Prince's Impatience had 2 servant girls by his side, and because of Prince's Impatience's fame, his name also shook Northern Plains. They were Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan. Both of them were Spirit Affinity House Gu Immortals. The one who spoke was Lu Yao. She was dressed in yellow. She was extremely beautiful. Swordmaster Yulan stayed behind to guard the base camp and did not follow the Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience nodded slightly. He had the same guess. His gaze turned and landed on the Gu Immortal beside him. Standing on the other side of Prince's Impatience was a rank 6 hairy man Gu Immortal. This hairy man Gu Immortal had a dazed expression. He was motionless like a statue. He was clearly being controlled by Prince's Impatience using supreme methods. If the land spirit of Langya or other Langya sect hairy man Gu Immortals were here, they would definitely say out his identity when they saw him. Because this hairy man Gu Immortal was a member of Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, the land spirit of Langya helped Feng Yuan move away, who immortal Blessed Land's assets. Feng Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to Northern Plains, but he was chased. In order to receive Feng Yuan, the land spirit of Langya sent 2 hairy man Gu Immortals. But one of these 2 Gu Immortals died, while the other went missing mysteriously. It turned out that the missing hairy man Gu Immortal had another fortuitous encounter, but recently he was captured alive by Prince's Impatience. The information he obtained from this hairy man Gu Immortal became crucial clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Langya Blessed Land. Precisely because he knew the terrain of Langya Blessed Land, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could use their immortal killer move to send Feng Joga and the rest into Langya Blessed Land. Lu Yao frowned slightly, saying worriedly, "According to the time, Feng Joga's group should have invaded for a long time already. Why is there no news from them? Did they encounter trouble?" Prince's Impatience pondered. "Of course, there will be trouble. Even if we have a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land and have the initiative, this is the number 1 blessed land in the world. It originated from long-hair ancestor. Its foundation is unfathomable. It will definitely have some unexpected trump cards." Lu Yao's frown deepened. This time, Central Continent only sent a few rank 7 Gu Immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land. Isn't this a little overconfident? Prince's Impatience laughed heartily. "That is because you do not understand Feng Joga." "Oh." Lu Yao was surprised. Prince Feng Xian gazed into the distance and sighed leisurely. Prince Feng Xian, am also someone with great talent. I started cultivating at the age of 13, reached rank 4 at the age of 16, and reached rank 5 peak stage at the age of 18. After accepting the sect's responsibility, I went to Northern Plains and developed alone. I spent 3 years to become a rank 6 Gu Immortal. After that, I faced tribulations without fail. I roamed Northern Plains and joined Gong tribe. 100 years later, I became rank 8, although I was treading on thin ice, who in Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world could see through my identity. I was once proud of myself because I did not rely on the sect's secret support. I relied on my own hard work and strategies. I borrowed strength from all sides, eventually reaching rank 8, until one day I met Feng Joga. Only then did I realize I was inferior to him. Compared to me, he's the one who truly deserves to be called Heaven's Chosen. His talent is so high that it can shock this era." Lu Yao was extremely shocked. among the core higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House. There was a saying in the early years, Northern Phoenix, Central Phoenix, two phoenixes fly together, glorious spiritual affinity. This was referring to the rank 8 Gu immortal Prince's Impatiens and the rank 7 Gu immortal Fengjoga. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House who knew of Prince's Impatiens' identity had once thought that Spirit Affinity House's future achievements would mainly rely on Prince's Impatiens and Fengjoga. They placed Prince's Impatiens and Fengjoga on the same level, but Prince's Impatiens was a rank 8. He was at the top of the list, while Fengjoga was favored mainly because of his potential. Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan were indignant that a rank 7 Gu immortal was placed on the same level as their rank 8 master. Even Prince's Impatiens was unhappy. He wrote a letter and questioned those core supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan gradually had a new view of this matter. As for Prince's Impatiens' change in mentality, it was because of his fight with Fengjoga. Many years ago, not long after 88-point Xinyang Tower collapsed, Fengjoga led several Central Continent Gu immortals to Northern Plains to investigate the truth. As Spirit Affinity House's greatest pawn in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Prince's Impatiens secretly met with Fengjoga. It was during this meeting that the two fought and sparred. The result was shocking. Even though Prince's Impatiens did not use his full strength, he could only fight to a draw. With Fengjoga, thinking of the scene of their fight, Prince's Impatiens heaved a long sigh. Fengjoga having rank 8 battle strength does not surprise me. What truly shocked me was that immortal killer move he used. This is an unprecedented creation. No one in history has ever done something like this. What kind of immortal killer move? Lu Yao asked. Prince's Impatiens had a solemn expression as he said slowly, Fengjoga called it assimilation wind song. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Fengjoga took a deep breath. Even farewell song was useless. At that moment, he only had one last trick left. He did not use this method easily, because once he used it, not only would the risk be huge, the process would be extremely dangerous. The damage would also be too great. There would be a huge loss in profits after the battle. Fengjoga had always been very cautious when using it. But now he had to admit that he was already in a dangerous situation. He had obtained a lot of information about Langya blessed land from the sect and Fairy Myrtle. But when they fought, Langya blessed land's strength far surpassed his estimations. Not just this super immortal formation. There were also those Gu immortals hidden in the immortal formation, as well as the killer move, complete silence. Fengjoga knew that Langya's sect had an immortal killer move that countered sound path. It was called Silence of Heaven and Earth. But he did not know that this move had been modified by Feng Yuan to become even stronger, complete silence. Fengjoga had methods to defend against the killer move Silence of Heaven and Earth. But against complete silence that was several times stronger, he was somewhat helpless. Immortal killer move, assimilation wind song. Fengjoga dodged left and right. He obtained a chance to use the strongest offensive method he had in his entire life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Intense winds blew. Heaven and earth changed color. This was not the metal wind, not the willow wind, not the immortal wind, not the eerie wind, not the Xinghan wind, not the Fangate wind. Once this wind appeared, land spirit of Langya's expression changed. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, while the other variant human Gu immortals were tongue-tied. This was the wind of assimilation. It was the #1 wind in the world. It could assimilate everything. Few methods could counter it. When an immortal aperture was destroyed, it would create such a wind. How can it be the wind of assimilation? Impossible. Some hairy man Gu immortals lost their composure. They screamed. Unbelievable. Someone can actually control the winds of assimilation. Bing Zhuo was extremely shocked. His eyes were about to pop out. He no longer had his usual cool demeanor. In human history, No one had been able to use the winds of assimilation for their own use. But now, this record was broken. Fong Joga had become the first person in history. He could actually use the winds of assimilation. Fong Joga had 7 songs, Obtain Treasure Song, and Towards Heaven Song were used to support his cultivation, while Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards. He had used them many times. The final song was Assimilation Wind Song, but he did not use it easily. If this move failed, Fong Joga would be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely dangerous. Many songs could be turned into clones through the killer move Song Warrior, but Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most unique one. This wind was too powerful. The situation was instantly turned around. The variant human goo immortals were helpless. They were panicking because ordinary killer moves would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation, turning into resources to create the even larger winds of assimilation. Langya Blessed Land is the #1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will be destroyed. A Rockman Gu immortal said in despair. Absolutely not. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. He knew that he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. He shouted, "It really is the winds of assimilation, Assimilation Wind Song." When Fong Yuan warned me, I did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it. Don't worry, we already have a method to deal with this wind. What? Fong Yuan can even find out such a secret? The other Gu immortals heard this and felt hope ignited in their hearts. At this moment, Fong Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role even though he did not appear. He helped Land Spirit of Langya stabilize the morale of his troops. Fong Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He knew that this move was extremely vicious during the 5 regions chaotic world. Fong Joga used this move to slaughter everyone. No one was not afraid of it. He had already warned Land Spirit of Langya. He had once fought against Fong Joga. He was extremely wary and vigilant. This move was extremely powerful, but it had a huge flaw. For example, if it was used in the 5 regions, Fong Yuan could avoid it completely. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation were happening in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya had to deal with this wind as soon as possible. Chapter 1559. Come, True Stability Branch Transformation. Facing the winds of assimilation, Land Spirit of Langya growled, using an immortal killer move. Once this move was used, the silver giant underwent a huge transformation. The huge human body turned into a huge tree. Its trunk was silver white. It had countless branches and countless leaves that looked like they were carved from silver, shining brightly as they collided with each other, emitting crisp sounds. The branches and leaves grew rapidly, facing the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation were rampaging everywhere, but after being obstructed by the giant tree, their expansion was halved. The winds of assimilation were actually blocked. Unbelievable! Langya Blessed Land's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Snowman, Inkman, and Rockman Gu immortals saw this and were overjoyed. This is true stability tree. A red and white rainbow flew out of the wind of assimilation. It was Fong Joga. Even though he created Assimilation Wind Song, it could create the winds of assimilation. But once this wind appeared, Fong Joga had to leave the wind core immediately. Otherwise, when the winds of assimilation spread and fill up the empty space in the wind core, Fong Joga would die. Fong Joga could only create the winds of assimilation. He could not manipulate them. It wasn't that he hadn't tried it before. However, any method of manipulation would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation and strengthen them. Fong Joga had the immortal killer move Song Warrior. He could use Heaven and Earth Song, Separation Song, and others to form clones. But Assimilation Wind Song could not form Song Warrior. Fong Joga left the battlefield, Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were focused on dealing with the winds of assimilation. They did not have the energy to pay attention to him. It really is the true stability tree to think that they have a method to counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Zhouge watched from afar, his eyes shining with bright light. This true stability tree was a legendary, immemorial, desolate plant. It was famous in history. Since the immemorial antiquity era, before Rinzhu was born, it had existed in this world. After the remote antiquity era and olden antiquity era, it died at the hands of Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable in the medieval antiquity era. There were many wild immortal gu on this tree, among which there were several rank 8 immortal gu. When Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable, only had rank 8 cultivation level, when he was traveling in Eastern Sea, tsunamis and floods wreaked havoc in the world. Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable, could not use his immortal gu to quell this flood. He borrowed 2 rank 8 immortal gu, calm wind and quiet wave, from the true stability tree in Eastern Sea. But this legendary, immemorial, desolate plant, with its status and strength, did not want to lend it to Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable. It gave harsh conditions. Genesis Lotus was furious and fought with it. He killed the truth stability tree and took all of its gu, quelling the flood and saving countless mortals. Although Genesis Lotus killed the truth steadying tree, he was full of praises for it. Later on, when he became a venerable one, he would occasionally sigh. It was truly a pity that he got rid of this tree back then. This tree was unique in this world and had the ability to restrain the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn, so he already knew about the Song of Gale in Feng Zhouge's hands. This move was extremely powerful during the 5 regions chaotic war. Countless gu immortals were killed by it. Thus, countless gu immortals thought of ways to find this move's weakness. There were no unsolvable moves in this world, only unsolvable people. Even though Song of Gale was strong, this move was fixed. There would always be a weakness. Western Desert's rank 8 gu immortal 1,000 transformations ancestor got to the bottom of it and obtained the help of another time path rank 8 great expert, witnessing the power of the truth stability tree in the river of time. After returning, he deduced the transformation path killer move, truth stability transformation. Using this move, he could restrain the winds of assimilation. At that time, Feng Zhouge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he had to lure a rank 8 gu immortal to research and deal with it. This showed how powerful Song of Gale was. Feng Yuan remembered this. He made preparations for it. In his previous life, when Feng Zhouge attacked Langya Blessed Land to deal with Feng Zhouge's strongest Song of Gale, he used the light of wisdom and transformation path attainment level to deduce truth stability branch transformation. This move was only a simplified version of truth stability transformation, but Feng Zhouge's Song of Gale was not as grand and complete as it was during the 5 regions chaotic war. Thus, when Land Spirit of Langya activated this move, the silver giant turned into a branch of truth stability tree, blocking the winds of assimilation. Go deal with Feng Zhouge. Don't let him do as he pleases. After I deal with the winds of assimilation, I will help you kill him. Land Spirit of Langya shouted, commanding the other 3 variant human gu immortals. The variant human gu immortals immediately responded, manipulating the super immortal formation to attack Feng Zhouge. Land Spirit of Langya was covered in cold sweat. He concentrated on maintaining the killer move to deal with the winds of assimilation. He complained inwardly, Feng Yuan taught me this killer move, but I feel that this killer move is too complicated and did not practice it much. To think that Feng Zhouge would really attack me, I will have to face the winds of assimilation so soon. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have practiced this method even harder. Langya's side was not restricted by the winds of assimilation. They struggled to hold on. Countless branches touched the winds of assimilation, and were destroyed, but at the same time, new branches grew out. This move could block the winds of assimilation, but the price to use it was huge. It expended a lot of immortal essence and the Goo Immortals' mental energy. Soon, many hairy man Goo Immortals inside the silver giant tree became dispirited. They looked like they were in low spirits. Persevere, persevere. Land Spirit of Langya encouraged, Lord, why can't we abandon this blessed land? A hairy man Goo Immortal suggested. Land Spirit of Langya came from Langya blessed land. He had the ability to give up this blessed land. That way, the winds of assimilation inside would not be able to threaten Langya blessed land. Compared to the whole of Langya blessed land, giving up this piece of land was nothing. It was not even a drop in the ocean. No, Land Spirit of Langya rejected. He thought of Feng Yuan's solemn reminder earlier. He explained, once we do that, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Giving up the blessed land means connecting to the outside world. It is like opening a door at that moment. That way, our Langya blessed land's location will be discovered by the enemy. We cannot do that. This Land Spirit of Langya is willing to pay a huge price to deal with the winds of assimilation rather than give up this small piece of blessed land. Feng Jioga had a shocked expression. If Land Spirit of Langya did this, he would definitely leak crucial clues. Princess Impatience, who was roaming around the outside world, would immediately sense it. This way, the battle would be decided. With the rank 8 Goo Immortal Princess Impatience making a move, these Langya hairy man Goo Immortals would not be able to stop him. But Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth and refused to do this. Feng Jioga's plan failed. Crack! A shocking bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking at Feng Jioga's head. Feng Jioga moved like smoke, vanishing on the spot. He successfully dodged it. He looked at the sky as thoughts flashed in his mind. Heavenly giant Solar is restrained by the winds of assimilation. Only this super immortal formation is left. Dealing with it is much easier than dealing with heavenly giant Solar. Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Jioga activated Separation Song. As expected, the super immortal formation started to break apart. Even though Separation Song did not have any offensive power, it had incredible power. It could break apart any Goo formation. But thankfully, when Feng Yuan created this formation, he had thought about it thoroughly. He arranged this immortal formation into multiple layers. Feng Jioga activated Separation Song, but he only broke apart the outermost layer of this super immortal formation. The 3 variant human Goo Immortals were at the center. They were unharmed. Feng Jioga urged Separation Song again. Soon, he broke apart the outermost layer, but the immortal formation's 3rd layer was exposed. Oh, I want to see how many layers this immortal formation has. Feng Jioga's eyes shined with bright light. He continued to use Separation Song. This time, he broke apart 5 to 6 layers before stopping. Even someone as strong as Feng Jioga felt like vomiting blood. How many layers does this immortal formation have? Separation Song expended a huge amount of immortal essence. After using it several times, Feng Jioga's immortal essence reserves were less than 30% of before the battle. Of course, the biggest expenditure was still Assimilation Wind Song. If I use Assimilation Wind Song, I can use it countless times, but the risk is too high. Feng Jioga shook his head. He dispelled the thought of using this killer move again. Even though this move was powerful, it was too dangerous. Feng Jioga rarely used it. Back then, when he sparred with Princess Impatience, even though he used Assimilation Wind Song, that was just sparring. Princess Impatience had written a letter to Spirit Affinity House. He was unhappy with Feng Jioga's twin phoenixes theory. It gave Feng Jioga huge political pressure. When Feng Jioga went to Northern Plains, he challenged Princess Impatience to one move. In that competition, Feng Jioga had enough time. He activated his goo worm slowly. There was no outside interference. The risk was low. But at this time, Fong Jioge was in battle. There was a lot of outside interference. He had to use his killer move quickly. Earlier, Fong Jioge had no choice but to take the risk. But now, he was facing the super immortal formation. The pressure he felt was much smaller. Fong Jioge did not use assimilation wind song. He looked around. The silver tree was still dealing with the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation had already shrunk by more than half. After a while, Langya's side would be able to suppress the winds of assimilation. They would be able to deal with Fong Jioge. Time is running out. Fong Jioge's side, internally. Heavenly Giant Solar had both offense and defense. Even the winds of assimilation could not do anything to it. If Fong Jioge attacked the silver tree, now it would not be effective. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, the strength that Langya's side displayed was far beyond Celestial Court's expectations. Fong Jioge already had thoughts of retreating. But before that, I still have something to do. He smiled as he activated an investigative immortal killer move. His body flashed like light. In an instant, he crossed an extraordinary distance and landed in front of Guyue Fangzheng. Before Guyue Fangzheng could react, Fong Jioge suppressed him and kept him in his immortal aperture. There is still this place. Fong Jioge flew into the sky, landing somewhere in cloud-cover continent. He saw Dang Hun Mountain. Retrieve. He activated an immortal killer move that he had prepared in advance, storing this secluded domain of heaven and earth into his immortal aperture as well. These cloud cities, even though they are all mortal goo houses, there are many hairy man elites living inside. They are all goo immortal seeds of Langya's sect. Not bad, not bad. I will take them all. Next, Fong Jioge continued to attack, taking in many of the cloud cities in cloud cover continent. His actions were obstructed by the super immortal formation, but this formation was already split into many layers by Fong Jioge. Its power was greatly reduced. As for Heavenly Giant Solar, it was restrained by the winds of assimilation. Once it escaped, the winds of assimilation would expand several times in an instant, causing all of Langya land spirits' hard work to go to waste. Therefore, he could not stop it. What aura is this? While rampaging, Fong Jioge sensed the aura of Wisdom Goo. He was shocked. Chapter 1560. Even Fong Jioge's heart shook when he saw Wisdom Goo. This was Wisdom Goo. In the Legends of Ren Zhu, it was once star constellation, immortal venerables, vital immortal goo. There was no one who did not know of it. To think that it would appear in front of Fong Jioge in such a situation today. Langya Blessed Land actually has Wisdom Goo. Fong Jioge's heart shook intensely. He could not control himself for a moment. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Bright light shined in his eyes. He looked at Wisdom Goo carefully. He was shocked to find that this rank 9 Wisdom Goo was a wild immortal goo. A thought instantly occupied Fong Jioge's mind. That was to take this rank 9 Wisdom Goo away. Immortal killer move. Obtain treasure song. He activated the killer move with unprecedented strength. It burst out with rank 8 level power. Obtain treasure song could help Fong Jioge refine wild immortal goo directly. The song was warm and gentle. It was filled with a peaceful aura. Along with the song, Wisdom Goo, which was dancing on the branches, quietened down. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo, the variant human goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation, were shocked. Wisdom Goo was originally hidden in this valley. Concealed by the land spirit of Langya, the variant human goo immortals of the 3 races were outsiders, after all. They did not discover this place. But now, this place was destroyed by Fong Jioge. Wisdom Goo was exposed. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races sensed it. We cannot let him subdue Wisdom Goo. Quickly attack. Disrupt him. Land spirit of Langya shouted anxiously, quickly ordering. Soon after, he added, but you have to be careful. Don't destroy the wisdom goo. Even without his reminder, the variant human goo immortals of the three races knew the value of this rank 9 immortal goo. But at this moment, to disturb Feng Jiu Ge without affecting the nearby wisdom goo, it was quite difficult for these variant human goo immortals who had just familiarized themselves with the immortal formation to control the situation. The variant human goo immortals could only grit their teeth and control the immortal formation, attacking Feng Jiuge with all sorts of attacks. Feng Jiuge grunted as he activated Song Warrior. Obtained Treasure Song, Warrior flew towards Wisdom Goo, while the other Song Warriors helped Feng Jiuge to block the Immortal Formation's attacks. The variant Human Goo Immortals attacked too heavily. Their attacks were dangerous to Wisdom Goo, but Feng Jiuge defended Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo sensed danger. Its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Wisdom Goo sensed danger. Its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Feng Jiuji's heart instantly sank to rock bottom when he saw this. Of Goo Goo, Immortal Goo, Immortal Goo Goo, Immortal Goo Goo, Immortals Goo 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 is of Gu Xiang, but Shi Goo 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 was Lu. If I can't get my hands on it, then I'll just destroy it. Feng Jiuge rejected the idea as soon as it appeared in his mind. This was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. It was too much of a pity to destroy it. Furthermore, this immortal goo belonged to star constellation Immortal Venerable. If he could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to Feng Jiuge, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Feng Jiuge was unwilling. He did not want to give up. Don't go. Feng Jiuge flew towards Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo was fast, but Feng Jiuge chased after it. Wisdom Goo sensed Feng Jiuge's threat. It buzzed and emitted an intense light. Light of wisdom. Feng Jiuge was unavoidably shrouded in the light of wisdom. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. His wisdom rose. His gaze became extremely sharp. All sorts of problems and questions in his cultivation were answered at this moment. Even though he did not get an answer immediately, many obstacles and bottlenecks were easily broken through. Oh no! Feng Jiuge was a legendary character after all. After being immersed in the light of wisdom for a few breaths, he realized something was amiss. He bit his tongue and forced himself to be clear-headed before retreating rapidly. After leaving the light of wisdom, he looked at Wisdom Goo flying away with lingering fear. Such an amazing Wisdom Goo. In such a short time, my lifespan has been reduced by so much. A strand of hair in front of Feng Jiuge's forehead turned white. I came here to capture Guyue Fengzheng and take Danghun Mountain because of Lady Ziwei's arrangements. But to think that there was a rank 9 Wisdom Goo here. I have already done my best, but I cannot take this goo away alone. Lang, your blessed land probably cannot refine this Wisdom Goo. Otherwise, they would have done it already. Feng Jiuge's thoughts moved like lightning. Immortal Goo were unique. A wild immortal Goo was extremely attractive to any Goo immortal, not to mention that in front of Feng Jiuge was a rank 9 wild immortal Goo. Among them, the most crucial point was that this immortal Goo was Wisdom Goo. If Wisdom Goo is refined by them, it is almost impossible to snatch it, but it is still in a wild state now. I need to return and report this important information to the sect and Celestial Court. The next time I attack Lang, your blessed land, I need to get this Goo. Feng Jiuge breathed in deeply. He looked at Wisdom Goo, which had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed, reluctantly before activating an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move, which used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, was called Human Travel. It was created by the Space Path great expert Liang Liang. Feng Jiuge wasn't very familiar with this move, but this move had an unusual profundity. Once activated, not only could it send people to any place in the world, it could also send them back. The first half was the most difficult, but the second half was extremely simple. Liang Liang's will had already activated this move. Feng Zhouge was only using it to complete the second half. Swoosh! With a soft sound, Feng Zhouge vanished on the spot. A few breaths of time later, the land spirit of Langya drove the silver giant and arrived. Damn it, Feng Zhouge, you actually ran away. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. I will not let you off. The land spirit of Langya looked at the destroyed Langya blessed land as he roared in anger. Southern border, inside the immortal battlefield killer move. Lu Wei sighed deeply. 3 lives and 3 lives had passed, but Feng Yuan was not enlightened by him. I was wrong. I thought this Feng Yuan was heartless or was filled with hatred and anger. That was why he harmed the world. But the truth is, he has abundant emotions. He lacks none. Even though he pursues strength, he is not biased. What really drove him to do this was his pursuit. This pursuit is deeply rooted in the deepest part of his heart, not to mention 3 lifetimes. Even 100 lifetimes cannot destroy it. Such a person cannot be reformed. Master, Yifan muttered. At this time, not just him, Shang Xinci and the rest, as well as Tai Mian-shun and the other Gu immortals, opened their eyes and woke up. The scenes in the 3 lives and 3 worlds left most people in a daze. They were all reminiscing about the profound feelings within. Lu Weiyin looked around. His gaze paused on Shang Xinci for a moment. Shang Xinci's eyes were red. She almost shed tears. Her sorrow was indescribable. She had emotional entanglement with Feng Yuan in 3 lifetimes. Lu Weiyin nodded to himself as he said to everyone, I failed. This demon cannot be stopped. He is about to break the killer move and escape. Let's leave. Yifan was shocked. Master, we clearly still have the advantage. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I have already tried my best. Let's leave. The mortal Gu masters were confused, but Tai Mian-shun and the 2 E-clan Gu immortals had a guess. Tai Mian-shun said directly, Senior surname is Lu, and you specialize in Earth Path. Are you the inheritor of Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Lu Wei nodded. That's right, I am Lu. As expected, E-clan's Gu immortals sighed as they bowed to Lu Weiyin again. At the same time, they no longer had any doubts towards Lu Weiyin's words. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not have any killer moves. The Paradise Earth true inheritance that he left behind was the same. Lu Weiyin was skilled in trapping and reforming enemies. This was the greatest specialty of Paradise Earth true inheritance. Among the 10 venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent and compassionate. He was the one who restored order to the world by spectral soul demon Venerable. But for some reason, such an immortal Venerable did not choose Celestial Court. He stayed in Southern Border and left Paradise Earth's true inheritance here. Chapter 1561. In the silver-white sky, there were countless buildings. With a flash of jade light, Feng Zhouge appeared in Ziwei Palace. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. Feng Zhouge immediately regained his senses and cupped his fists. In the huge palace, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. Seeing that Feng Zhouge had returned, she slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, her pupils shot out boundless starlight. It was dazzling and bright, illuminating the entire palace. Feng Zhouge did not speak. He directly sent out an information path Gu worm. Fairy Myrtle received it and scanned it with her mind. She knew the result. Feng Zhouge, you are indeed the current generation Tao Guardian of Great Dream, Immortal Venerable. You did well this time. Fairy Myrtle did not stint on her praise. Feng Zhouge smiled. This is that Guyue Fangzheng. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took out the captive. Guyue Fangzheng's eyes were shut. he was hit by Feng Zhouge's method and fell into a deep sleep. As for Fang Yuan's will in his body, it was completely suppressed by Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge placed Guyue Fangzheng on the ground and sighed. I have already searched this person's soul. That Fang Yuan is truly a demon. He is extremely cold and merciless. He actually wanted to refine his own brother into a blood deity. But I don't understand. This person is only a mortal. Even though he has a close relationship with Fang Yuan, why does he value him so much? Fairy Myrtle said slowly, the heavenly Tao is balanced. Yin and Yang revolve around each other. Near the caves of poisonous creatures, there are often herbs that can detoxify. This Guyue Fangzheng was born together with Fang Yuan. He is an obstacle specially set up by the heavenly Tao for Fang Yuan. If he is nurtured properly, he will be very useful against Fang Yuan in the future. So that's it. Feng Zhouge nodded. What a pity. As Fairy Myrtle spoke, she also searched Fangzheng's soul. She sighed and continued. Fang Yuan didn't refine a blood deity and continue his blood Tao cultivation in his previous life. Otherwise, we would have used the Demon Judgment Board to lock onto Fang Yuan's position. In my opinion, Fang Yuan has yet to realize that the blood path he cultivated in his previous life was specially arranged by Providence. He did not cultivate the blood path in this life, so he should be using his fate to protect himself. Fate Gu has yet to be repaired, but the power of luck path is magnified. It is very obvious. You were able to succeed and return smoothly because you are a Tao protector. Your luck is strong, and you weren't suppressed by Fang Yuan's side. Feng Zhouge nodded. What about Dang Hun Mountain? Then what about Wisdom Gu in Langya Blessed Land? Just take it out. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Feng Zhouge was slightly dazed. He took out Dang Hun Mountain from his immortal aperture. This pink crystal mountain was huge, but when it landed in Zi Wei Palace, it was suppressed and shrunk to the size of a palm. It was exquisite. Spectral soul demon, venerable rampaged in the world. He slaughtered all living beings and created soul path. The celestial court was the leader of the righteous path. Before spectral soul became venerable, they sensed his threat and fought against him. They knew their enemies well. After spectral soul died, soul path continued to develop. Even though it was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the celestial court's mastery of soul path methods had reached an extremely profound level. In fact, there were many soul path Gu immortals in the celestial court. Dang Hun Mountain had a vast number of soul path Tao marks. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth of soul path. Since Fairy Myrtle could give Feng Zhouge the method to take this mountain, she naturally had an even more profound method to shrink the entire Dang Hun Mountain into a model. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand. Dang Hun Mountain floated into her hand as if it was weightless. Amazing, amazing. Fairy Myrtle looked at it for a while before nodding. With this mountain, Guts Gu can be obtained continuously. Jin Huang can benefit from it. It will be like adding wings to her dream realm exploration. Feng Zhouge smiled, faintly. As a father, he was naturally happy to be able to help his daughter. As for Wisdom Gu, Fairy Myrtle pondered for a while. I must obtain this Gu. Zhouge, go and rest. We need to discuss this further. If they attacked Langya Blessed Land a second time, the other side would definitely be vigilant and make ample preparations. Especially when Fang Yuan might return, Fairy Myrtle would need to plan in detail. Yes, Feng Zhouge took his leave and left Zi Wei Palace. He left Celestial Court and returned to Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle also left Zi Wei Palace. She held Dang Hun Mountain in one hand as she moved slowly. A moment later, she arrived in front of a dark hall. This hall's plaque had 3 words written on it: Soul Suppression Hall. This was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Fairy Myrtle smiled as she brought Dang Hun Mountain to Spectral Soul. "Oh, Demon Venerable, what do you think this is?" Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly as she spoke. Spectral Soul was silent as steel. Fairy Myrtle nodded. "Stubborn as expected, a true demon. However, I didn't bring this mountain here to crush your will. I know you have used this mountain before. It is a place where you cultivated for many years. Coincidentally, I have this move. As long as I use it on something closely related to you, I can shake your mind and draw out all of your memories." Spectral Soul was still silent, as if he was dead. The smile on Fairy Myrtle's face gradually vanished. Cold lightning flashed in her eyes. All along, she had been troubled by Spectral Soul's stubbornness. She wanted to plunder his precious memories, but there was little progress. Now that she obtained Dang Hun Mountain, Fairy Myrtle had a rare breakthrough. She was going to teach Spectral Soul a lesson first. At the next moment, the Immortal Killer move was activated. The whole of Soul Suppression Hall let out a buzzing sound as radiance shot out in all directions. The radiance shone on Dang Hun Mountain. It also enveloped Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but this move was too powerful. The memories related to Dang Hun Mountain were drawn out. They appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The young Spectral Soul found Dang Hun Mountain for the first time. He was shocked and overjoyed after many setbacks. Spectral Soul finally occupied Dang Hun Mountain and cultivated secretly. Spectral Soul thought hard and finally found a way to relocate Dang Hun Mountain. After a series of setbacks, he finally obtained this mountain. Spectral Soul created Soul Path. He gradually found more uses for Dang Hun Mountain. It was not as simple as harvesting Guts Goo. He created the Soul Shaking Formation. It could use a vast number of Soul Path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain to increase the power of the Immortal Formation. Since there is a soul-shaking Immortal Formation, why did Fong Yuan not set it up? Is it because he feels safe in Langya Blessed Land? Or does this formation require too many Immortal Goo? Fairy Myrtle saw this and felt some doubts. But soon, her doubts were resolved. It turned out that once Dang Hun Mountain became a part of the Immortal Formation, it could not be used to produce Guts Goo anymore. Fairy Myrtle continued to watch. The scenes related to Dang Hun Mountain replayed in her mind, scenes of Spectral Soul's cultivation. Even though most of them were unimportant, many of them contained precious cultivation information. Even for the Celestial Court, they were extraordinary gains. After Spectral Soul became venerable, he placed Dang Hun Mountain in City Well. Next, he used an Immortal Killer move to use City Well to modify Dang Hun Mountain. This replayed memory made Fairy Myrtle's heart shake. This move, Orderly and Orderly, is so powerful. City Well is a rule path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Using City Well, Dang Hun Mountain's soul path Dao marks could no longer resist time path. This is probably the profundity of sovereign immortal fetus goo. Fairy Myrtle had already deduced sovereign immortal fetus goo. She knew some of its unique uses. After all, Fang Yuan had exposed a lot of valuable clues in battle. She was not wrong at all. Sovereign immortal fetus goo could make all Dao marks non-conflicting. The origin was City Well. It was because of this orderly pattern. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable paid a huge price to modify Dang Hun Mountain, but it was worth it. From now on, Dang Hun Mountain could use Time Path Immortal Killer moves to easily return to its previous state. The following memories were of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, using Dang Hun Mountain to deduce many Immortal Killer moves. These Immortal Killer moves were extremely powerful, but they would often damage Dang Hun Mountain. But every once in a while, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would use time path methods to restore Dang Hun Mountain to its previous state. These methods are truly amazing. To be able to become a demon venerable, his talent is truly shocking. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light as she praised. These immortal killer moves were precious cultivation content. They were very beneficial to Celestial Court. Especially now that Dang Hun Mountain was in their hands, these immortal killer moves could all be used. Among the many killer moves, there was one that attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. This move can actually detonate Dang Hun Mountain and create a terrifying soul explosion. Any living being's soul could detonate and create a soul explosion. Beast soul explosions were often very powerful, but this Dang Hun Mountain soul explosion surpassed the limit. It could even cause a mountain to detonate. It was purely using these soul path Dao marks. It was ingenious and ingenious. Wait. Fairy Myrtle's pupils shrunk as she realized something amiss. Boom! At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire Dang Hun Mountain exploded into powder. Chapter 1562. Southern Border. Myriad Dragon. Dragon roars resounded. The entire immortal battlefield collapsed. Feng Yuan flew out like a bolt of lightning. Once he escaped, he received a large number of requests for reinforcements. What? Lang, your blessed land, was attacked by the Celestial Court, and it was led by Feng Jioga. Feng Yuan was shocked. He encountered Lu Weiyin and was temporarily trapped. At the same time, Lang, your blessed land, was attacked by the Celestial Court. No one would believe that there was no connection between these two events. Oh, they retreated in defeat. Most of the central continent, Gu immortals, died. Only Feng Jioga survived. Feng Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya's message before turning to look at Sixth Hair's letter. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya's sect by Shadow Sect. He was on Feng Yuan's side. His information was the most reliable. From Sixth Hair's letter, Feng Yuan quickly understood the entire situation. So Feng Jioga saw that the situation was not right and retreated. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, but this was not a place for him to think calmly. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Southern Border's righteous path forces might be on their way here. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Along the way, he used the method that he had left behind to detonate Dang Hun Mountain. The Celestial Court attacked Lang, your blessed land. They had clearly planned this for a long time. Methods that can uproot a mountain are not common, but Feng Jioga directly took Dang Hun Mountain away. This is a deliberate scheme to destroy my foundation. Unfortunately, how can my Dang Hun Mountain be taken away so easily? Feng Yuan placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. On one hand, it was to express his sincerity in cooperating with Langya's sect to manage the Guts Gu business and save his energy. On the other hand, Feng Yuan left behind a backup plan. He was not afraid that Langya's sect or other Gu immortals would take Dang Hun Mountain for themselves. While flying, Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture. Landscape as before. He activated a rank 6 immortal Gu, aiming at a huge rock that had been preserved. This mountain rock came from Dang Hun Mountain, a part that Feng Yuan had cut off long ago. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain's main body had already self-destructed. This mountain rock was the largest remaining Dang Hun Mountain rock in the world. When Feng Yuan used landscape as before immortal Gu, this mountain rock immediately expanded, becoming bigger and bigger as it started to develop into the complete Dang Hun Mountain. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are like immortal Gu. They are unique. Dang Hun Mountain was remodeled by spectral soul demon venerable back then. Under the illumination of landscape, as before Gu, this Dang Hun Mountain rock will definitely be able to restore the complete Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan was very confident. Although Dang Hun Mountain was taken away, he did not lose it. In time, Dang Hun Mountain would once again return to his hands. However, this process would take a long time. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Dang Hun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was similar to a rank 9 immortal Gu. The Dang Hun Mountain rock that Feng Yuan took away was much smaller than the entire Dang Hun Mountain. The Celestial Court had planned for a long time, and Feng Jioga had personally made a move. Feng Yuan had suffered many losses. Firstly, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not taken back. And secondly, Dang Hun Mountain was temporarily destroyed. To recreate Dang Hun Mountain, it would take some time and a large amount of immortal essence. Finally, Guyue, Fangzheng was taken away, and Feng Yuan's blood deity cultivation plan was thwarted. Fortunately, Wisdom Gu was not taken away, nor was it destroyed. The situation at that time was very dangerous. If Feng Zhoge was determined to destroy Wisdom Gu, just Wisdom Gu alone would not have any hope of survival. But Feng Zhoge did not kill it in the end. This made Feng Yuan rejoice, but he also understood that the Celestial Court's subsequent attacks would not stop. Feng Zhoge took the initiative to retreat. It meant that the Celestial Court would definitely attack again. But when would they attack Lang, Ya Blessed Land? Who would the Celestial Court send to attack Lang, Ya Blessed Land next time? And what method would they use? These were all questions. Feng Yuan landed in an ordinary valley. Right now, he was far away from the battlefield. He had been very careful on the way here. He should be safe for now. Feng Yuan concealed his aura and set up a Gu formation to warn him before closing his eyes and making deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes. He had already understood the entire situation, as if he had personally experienced the intense battle between Langya's sect and Feng Zhoge. I can confirm that fixed immortal travel is in the hands of the Celestial Court, and it seems to have been raised to rank 7. It also has an accompanying immortal killer move. Any changes in Lang, Ya Blessed Land, could not escape the senses of the land spirit of Langya. The sudden appearance of Feng Zhoge's group was also memorized by the land spirit of Langya. These clues were all sent to Feng Yuan. With sufficient clues and Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path Foundation, Feng Yuan immediately understood how Feng Zhoge managed to infiltrate Lang Ya Blessed Land. To prevent fixed immortal travel, I have already altered Dang Hun Mountain's appearance, but Feng Zhoge appeared on the 3 continents. This information leak is likely related to the missing Hairy Man Gu immortals. It will take a lot of effort to change the terrain of these 3 continents. Even if we do that, we will not be able to stop the Celestial Court's invasion. If I am not wrong, even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not successfully set up an immortal Gu formation, just looking at how Feng Zhoge retreated so easily, he must have left behind some arrangements in Langya Blessed Land. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. The Celestial Court did not make a move, but once it did, it was earth-shattering. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan had made many preventive measures in this period of time, Langya Blessed Land, which had lost Refinement Cauldron, might have already been conquered by Feng Zhoge. Feng Yuan had already done enough, but the Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Like this time, just by using the methods left behind by the Time Path great expert, Liang, Feng Zhoge's group managed to break in. The Celestial Court was the most difficult opponent to defend against, because no one knew how many trump cards it had. Feng Yuan sighed before contacting the land spirit of Langya. He told the land spirit of Langya about his experiences. He also told it about his guess that Lu Wei-yin was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. Even though the land spirit of Langya was angry that Feng Yuan did not appear at the crucial moment to defend Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan was speaking the truth. The land spirit of Langya could not pursue the matter. This time, the Celestial Court's attack did not succeed, but they found Wisdom Gu. They will definitely come again. Feng Yuan, as Langya's sect's supreme elder, Langya's sect needs your battle strength. Quickly come back to defend. The land spirit of Langya said. Feng Yuan smiled. Of course not. Langya Blessed Land had indeed helped Feng Yuan a lot. It could be considered as Feng Yuan's base, but it was impossible for Feng Yuan to be restricted because of this. Right now, the Celestial Court had the upper hand. As long as they repaired Fate Immortal Gu, they would be undefeatable. If Feng Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land, the Celestial Court would definitely laugh their heads off. This was what they wanted to see. Feng Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land. He had no way out. He had to go out and search for cultivation resources to grow rapidly. Once he grew to a certain extent, Feng Yuan would take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. No matter how much the True Inheritance could help him, he had to destroy the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu within 10 years. Only by doing this would he not die. This was the only way out. Otherwise, when Fate Gu was repaired, all the Gu immortals in the world would be affected by Fate's arrangements. How many otherworldly demons, like Feng Yuan, would there be? The Celestial Court would return to its peak. Feng Yuan would not be its match. Even if Langya Blessed Land is attacked and Wisdom Gu is destroyed, I will not disrupt my cultivation plan because of Langya Blessed Land. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Of course, he would not say these words to the land spirit of Langya. Right now, the alliance agreement on Feng Yuan could no longer restrict him. During this period of time, the self-cleansing immortal formation was not just for show. Let's talk about the compensation. Feng Yuan said to the land spirit of Langya after some perfunctory words. The land spirit of Langya's expression sank. Back then, he had made an agreement with Feng Yuan. If Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu were lost or destroyed, they would be compensated at 10 times the value. Wisdom Gu was not destroyed. The land spirit of Langya let out a sigh of relief. But Dang Hun Mountain, at least it was lost now. Do you know that if the Celestial Court obtains Dang Hun Mountain, they would have an endless supply of Guts Gu? It would be a huge help to them. Feng Yuan saw that the land spirit of Langya was silent. He exerted pressure. Don't talk about this. I will compensate you. Don't worry. The land spirit of Langya replied, I believe you. How can First Supreme Elder be a dishonest person? Feng Yuan chuckled. What kind of compensation do you want? The land spirit of Langya asked. Chapter 1563. Dang Hun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was the only one in the 5 regions. Dang Hun Mountain produced Guts Gu. It was a monopoly trade. As long as there were enough souls, it was an inexhaustible gold mine. The value of this was huge, multiplied by 10 times. It was the price that land spirit of Langya had to compensate Feng Yuan. If it was an ordinary blessed land, or even a grotto heaven, this compensation might not even be enough even if they sacrificed themselves. But for Langya Blessed Land, it had the ability to pay back. Back then, when Feng Yuan and land spirit of Langya agreed on this compensation agreement, how could Feng Yuan not consider this? There was no doubt that Langya Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions, especially after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. Its foundation was extremely deep. It had the ability to compensate. Feng Yuan had no doubt about this. Putting everything aside, Feng Yuan first mentioned Wisdom Gu to land spirit of Langya. I need to move Wisdom Gu into my immortal aperture. So, the first compensation is the method to move Wisdom Gu. This method was the core of Langya's sex inheritance. Feng Yuan had always wanted it, but even when they exchanged true inheritances, he did not succeed. Land spirit of Langya firmly held onto this method. He was not stupid. If he gave this method to Feng Yuan, wouldn't that mean that Feng Yuan could take Wisdom Gu away himself? Although Wisdom Gu was wild, it did not belong to Langya's sect. Back then, Langya Blessed Land's hairy man Gu immortals came to Immortal Blessed Land and brought Wisdom Gu. Land spirit of Langya's expression changed. Feng Yuan's request was like a sharp sword, stabbing at land spirit of Langya's heart, making land spirit of Langya have no choice but to agree. Land spirit of Langya's scheme was to use lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu, attempting to control Wisdom Gu. Thus, he was willing to pay Lifespan Gu to help Fang Yuan raise Wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, even now, Land Spirit of Langya had not achieved his wish. This method did not seem to work. Fang Yuan's request now was the same as asking for Wisdom Gu again. This way, the Land Spirit of Langya's previous efforts would all be for naught, and Fang Yuan would have worked hard. Of course, he was unwilling, but he couldn't bring himself to oppose it clearly. After all, Wisdom Gu might be a wild immortal Gu, but it was taken from Fang Yuan's blessed land by the hairy man Gu immortals. Therefore, the Land Spirit of Langya said hesitantly, "Is this okay? Actually, if we can control Wisdom Gu, we can use it as the core to construct the immortal Gu house secluded residence. With this house, not only can I protect myself, but I can also guard against the schemes of almost everyone in the world." Fang Yuan smiled and said, "Supreme First Elder, although your plan is good, it is very difficult to realize. Are you confident that you can realize it as soon as possible?" The Land Spirit of Langya was at a loss for words. Fang Yuan continued, "The situation is dangerous now. It is not good for you to conceal Wisdom Gu. Feng Joga found Wisdom Gu. Feng Joga's discovery represents that Celestial Court has also discovered it. They will not let this matter rest. They will definitely invade Langya Blessed Land again. By then, what if they take Wisdom Gu away?" The Land Spirit of Langya sighed deeply. Fang Yuan was speaking the truth. Secluded residence was only a castle in the air. The Celestial Court was attacking now. Actually, the Land Spirit of Langya had already tried his best to conceal Wisdom Gu, but Feng Joga's investigative methods were extremely sharp. They were discovered by the latter in the end. Wisdom Gu was once Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable's possession. Now that it was discovered, it was obvious that Celestial Court would place great importance on this place. The next invasion would definitely be a fierce one. It would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, but he was truly unwilling to let the Land Spirit of Langya give up on his plan. At this time, Fang Yuan said again, "First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is good, but it has its disadvantages too. If Langya Blessed Land was truly turned into a paradise, a place where no one would care about, would the hairy man Gu immortals still have the motivation to cultivate? We want to create hairy man dominance. If these hairy man Gu immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they return to their previous state?" The Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Fang Yuan's words made sense. What hairy man Gu immortals lacked was a sense of danger. The previous Land Spirit of Langya protected the hairy men too well. These Gu immortals did not have the ability to fight at all. As a result, when Shadow Sect invaded, they were almost conquered by Shadow Sect. They could not return to their previous state. The Land Spirit of Langya breathed in deeply, nodding heavily. "Fang Yuan, I agree to your request. I will give you this method in its entirety, 10 Dang Hun mountains as compensation. This method is worth half a mountain." All right. Fang Yuan did not doubt the price of the Land Spirit of Langya. The Land Spirit of Langya would not lie. Negotiating with him was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. "Next, I need some Lifespan Gu." Fang Yuan raised his second request. If he moved Wisdom Gu into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he would no doubt have to bear the burden of feeding it. Even though Fang Yuan had Lifespan Gu, it was not safe to rely on them. All right. The Land Spirit of Langya agreed readily this time. He was the Land Spirit. As long as Langya Blessed Land existed, he could exist with it. Thus he had no need for Lifespan Gu. Of course, the hairy man Gu immortals in Langya Sect also needed Lifespan Gu to extend their lifespan. However, hairy men were variant humans. Their lifespan was much longer than humans. Secondly, feeding Wisdom Gu was more important than extending the lifespan of the hairy man Gu immortals. Thus, Fang Yuan used 1.5 Dang Hun Mountain as compensation to obtain a large amount of lifespan goo in Langya Blessed Land. Long hair ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Langya Blessed Land had a long history. After 300,000 years, it had obtained a large amount of lifespan goo. In this compensation, even though Fang Yuan took away most of the lifespan goo, Langya Blessed Land still had some left. Fang Yuan calculated. This way, if he used all the lifespan goo he had on himself, he could extend his lifespan to over 4,000 years. Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, had only lived for over 3,000 years. This also meant that if Fang Yuan used all these lifespan goo, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would not be killed by external forces during this period of time. And if these lifespan goo were used to feed wisdom goo, they could last for a long time. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had the shortest lifespan among all the Venerables. Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had lived for over 6,000 years. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was over 7,000 years old, while Giant Sun Immortal had lived for over 8,000 years. The three who lived the longest were all in Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was over 12,000 years old. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was over 25,000 years old. He was the first Immortal Venerable in human history, and also the person who lived the longest among all the Venerables. Immortal and Demon Venerables have lived for a long time, but in history, there were also many Rank 8 and Rank 7 Goo Immortals who lived for a long time, reaching thousands of years. There was no lack of Immortal and Demon Venerables as well. But now that the 5 regions chaotic war is approaching, the Great Era is about to begin. In this era, lifespan goo will become fewer and fewer, especially when Great Dream Immortal Venerable becomes rank 9. Lifespan goo will become extremely rare. Heaven and earth will no longer produce them, until there are no more lifespan goo left. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The lifespan goo in his hands were extremely valuable, and as the era progressed, their value would continue to rise. According to historical records, many great experts and old monsters were willing to pay any price to extend their lifespan and live for a few more days. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but there were many examples in history where lifespan goo were exchanged for immortal goo. The compensation that Fang Yuan wanted now was based on Land Spirit of Langya. It was based on the current value of lifespan goo. This undoubtedly gave Fang Yuan a huge advantage. Of course, if his Dang Hun Mountain developed well, its prospects would be very good. After settling on the compensation of lifespan goo, Fang Yuan used 1 Dang Hun Mountain to exchange for a large number of Langya sect contribution points, as well as Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had used Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo several times before. It was very useful. As for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that Land Spirit of Langya would not give away this immortal goo. This way, out of the 10 Dang Hun Mountain compensation, only 7 remained. Fang Yuan was prepared to make a big move this time. I want to use 7 Dang Hun Mountain compensation to exchange for something in my sect, Fang Yuan said to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya immediately became nervous. It shuddered and asked, "Oh, what do you want to change?" Chapter 1564. In exchange for what? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, "Naturally refinement path, true meaning." "Ah, you actually knew that my sect had refinement path, true meaning." Land Spirit of Langya almost jumped in shock. This was Langya sect's greatest secret. It was also the deepest and most valuable treasure in their treasury. What was true meaning? True meaning was actually a type of will. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. True meaning was the will of the three elements. Of course, not just true meaning, there were also fake will, special will, intentional will, deliberate will, hostile will, battle will, and so on. There were countless wills, but true meaning was the most valuable among them. It was also the most attractive. It could even make Gu Venerable's chase after it endlessly. The northern icy plain of northern plains was created by reckless, savage demon Venerable back then. It contained reckless savages, true meaning. Thus, when Gu masters undergo immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, they would draw out reckless savages, true meaning. When Gu immortals obtain this true meaning, their transformation path or strength path attainment levels would rise. Dream realms also contain true meaning plus 3 true meaning. The reason why Fang Yuan could raise his attainment levels of all paths in the dream realms he explored was because he had absorbed the true meaning within them. Thus, true meaning often meant that one's attainment level would rise. Why was the chaos of the 5 regions the unprecedented and most magnificent era? The root reason was because dream realms appeared all over the world, allowing many people who successfully explored them to obtain the true meaning within, causing their attainment levels to rise. The accumulation of attainment levels often required a long period of time. But because of true meaning, this process was greatly shortened. This allowed elites and geniuses to surge out from all over the world, competing and killing each other, creating an unprecedented chaotic world. The importance of true meaning went without saying, but the true meaning hidden in the deepest part of Langya's sect had an even greater origin. Thus, the true meaning originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Who was Long-Hair Ancestor? A rank 8 refinement path great expert, known as the #1 refinement path, immortal since ancient times. In the long history of humanity, spanning over 10 million years, in this long river of time, there were 3 peak experts in refinement path. They were old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kongju, and Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor's skill in refinement path was something that even thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant sun, immortal Venerable, had to admit defeat. The 2 Venerables had asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long-Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. And this was just a summary of historical events, not including the legends and stories. If unofficial records and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. More terrifyingly, most of these immortal Gu were not rank 6, they were rank 7 or rank 8, high-level immortal Gu. Langya sect's refinement path, intent, was the intent left behind by Long-Hair Ancestor. It was perfectly preserved. If Fang Yuan obtained it and absorbed all of it, his refinement path attainment level would immediately soar to quasi-supreme grandmaster. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step, an ant growing into a prehistoric giant beast. In an instant, it was like a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest man in the country. It was such a concept. The reason why the word quasi was added was because Supreme Grandmaster level required one to surpass the foundation of the entire world in this path, to create a complete innovation from nothing. Fang Yuan naturally could not do this. If he obtained this refinement path true meaning, he would only be inheriting Long-Hair Ancestor's entire attainment level. He would not be able to improve on this foundation and surpass the refinement path foundation of the entire world. Fang Yuan did not have extravagant hopes of becoming a supreme grandmaster. In his opinion, this title was more of a supreme glory. Quasi-supreme was enough for Fang Yuan to look down on all the refinement path Gu immortals in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. As long as he obtained this true meaning, he would go from a small hill to the highest peak. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no strongest Gu worm in the world, only the strongest Gu immortal. And what did Gu Immortals mean to be the strongest? Attainment level was definitely one of the most important criteria. With quasi-supreme grandmaster refinement path attainment, it was equivalent to having a transcendent height and the most solid foundation. Everything else could be attached to it, using the compensation of 7 Dang Hun mountains to exchange for a will. Wouldn't Fang Yuan suffer a loss? Of course not. No matter how many Dang Hun mountains there were, it only represented a large amount of cultivation resources. And among the numerous cultivation resources, what was the most precious? Attainment level was definitely the answer most people would give. You want the refinement path, true, meaning left behind by my main body after my death? Impossible. Land Spirit of Langya flatly refused. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for Land Spirit of Langya's attitude. He smiled. First Supreme Elder, our Langya sect has stored this will for over 300,000 years. This true meaning has always been stored and has not been used. What difference is there between it and a dead object? Don't tell me you want to leave this refinement path, true meaning, to the current hairy man Gu Immortals? Land Spirit of Langya quickly shook his head. Ever since Langya Blessed Land was created, the previous Land Spirit has been testing it, but these hairy man Gu Immortals are not qualified. Then give it to me. Fang Yuan immediately said, You are even less qualified. Land Spirit of Langya said directly with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan let out a silent smile. Right now, this Land Spirit of Langya that he was dealing with had the ideology of hairy democracy. He firmly believed that hairy men were superior to humans, hairy men should rule the world, and humans should rely on hairy men to survive. Land Spirit of Langya did not even care about those hairy man Gu Immortals, much less Fang Yuan, who was a human. Long hair true meaning is the supreme treasure of my hairy man tribe, no matter how useless it is, even if my hairy man Gu masters benefit from it. I cannot let a human like you enjoy it. Land Spirit of Langya's thoughts were roughly similar to this. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The following persuasion would be crucial. He had already thought it through. He solemnly said to Land Spirit of Langya, First Supreme Elder, it is not like you do not understand the current situation. It is very dangerous. If the Celestial Court fails once, they will attack a second time, a third time, until they succeed or fail completely. The Celestial Court will not give up. I understand this. Land Spirit of Langya said in a heavy tone. If I have this refinement path, true meaning, my strength will rise by a lot. I will be more confident in helping Langya's sect resist the Celestial Court. Langya's sect has helped me so much. This is my home. I will not watch the Celestial Court destroy it. If I become a refinement path, quasi-supreme grandmaster, I will be able to refine immortal Gu and modify the super formation in Langya Blessed Land. You also know that I inherited the inheritance of Shadow Sect. There is a lot of information regarding the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Earlier, we only exchanged true inheritances. This time, I will share all of this information with you. I have already deduced that Feng Jioga and the rest used fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to invade the Blessed Land. After we agree on the compensation, I will use Wisdom Gu to think of a way to defend against fixed Immortal Travel. Other than that, don't forget that I have some subordinates. You know about these Gu Immortals, they are all battle elites. Land Spirit of Langya was silent. Fang Yuan's words were very reasonable. It did not matter during peaceful times, but in this current situation, the Celestial Court was eyeing the Blessed Land. They did not know when the next attack would come. Land Spirit of Langya was not ignorant. The more he understood about the Celestial Court, the greater the pressure he felt. Even though Langya's sect had an ancient battle formation like Heavenly Giant Solar that could match rank 8 Gu Immortals, the battle with Feng Jioga earlier had already exposed the flaws of this method. Langya's sect needed more help. The snowmen, Inkmen, and Rockmen could also send out a rank 8 battle strength. The strongest battle strength was still Fang Yuan's side. Land Spirit of Langya already knew that Fang Yuan, who had reverse flow protection seal, was the strongest battle strength among them. Land Spirit of Langya and Lang, your blessed land, needed Fang Yuan's strength in the future. Oh, Fang Yuan, if you need to refine goo, I will do it myself. Don't forget the other Supreme Elders. Everyone can help you. Land Spirit of Langya was silent for a while before saying. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Your strength cannot be underestimated. I have already experienced this when I asked you to refine goo earlier. But can everyone's refinement path abilities be compared to quasi-supreme beings? Of course not. Furthermore, using others to refine goo and refining goo yourself, there is a huge difference. Isn't that so? Land Spirit of Langya fell silent again. These were all true reasons. They were placed in front of Land Spirit of Langya. Even if he wanted to deny it, he could not. But just with reason, he could not convince Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to use emotions. Supreme First Elder, the communication between you and me has always been a heart-to-heart. Don't you know my current situation? Don't you understand my current feelings? After I escaped, I saw the news of Lang, your blessed land, being attacked. I was really anxious. It was like a fire was burning in my heart. I wanted nothing more than to rush back immediately. Langya sect is my home. In this huge world, only this place can accommodate me. Although I am a human, I am more willing to be a hairy man. Unfortunately, heaven is playing tricks on me. I was born a human and not a noble hairy man. But I am willing to become a hairy man forever in the future. I am more willing to live in Lang, your blessed land, forever, and marry Shui-Er in the future. We will unite the other variant humans and assist you in achieving the hegemony of the hairy men in the world. Fang Yuan spoke very passionately. He had goosebumps all over his body. Land Spirit of Langya heaved a long sigh. Oh, Fang Yuan, I understand your intentions. I have understood it long ago. But this matter is very important. I need to think about it carefully and think deeply. Right now, I am unable to make this decision. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. In this situation, he could not let Land Spirit of Langya think too much. The more he thought, the smaller Fang Yuan's hope became. Thus Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder, you should think about it. It is definitely right. No matter how long you think, I will wait for your reply. During this period, I will keep an eye on the Celestial Court. I will try my best to gather information. If they have any suspicious movements, I will report to you. These words made Land Spirit of Langya make a decision. He sighed bitterly. The situation is dangerous. If I still keep the true meaning, I am afraid I cannot even protect Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan, you are one of us. I can trust you. Honestly speaking, if you were a hairy man, I would have already handed the entire Langya sect to you. This refinement path, true meaning, I will leave it to you. I won't let you down. Chapter 1565. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Myrtle stood on the spot. Her pupils shrunk to the size of needles as she breathed roughly. Her expression was still filled with fear. It did not fade. Around her, there was a huge empty space. The Grand Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Soul Suppression Hall had completely vanished. Dang Hun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had a vast number of Tao marks. It was comparable to a Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Once itself detonated, the power that erupted was terrifying to an unimaginable level. The pitiful Soul Suppression Hall had no time to react. The explosion happened from within. It became a victim of Dang Hun Mountain's explosion. Fairy Myrtle was completely unharmed. Around her, starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling. It was as if she was wearing a thin veil made of stardust. This was Immortal Goo House Star Constellation Chessboard, an immortal goo house created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. If not for Star Constellation Chessboard's protection, even if I did not die, I would have been heavily injured. Fairy Myrtle barely calmed down as she squinted her eyes. Her expression was grim. Dang Hun Mountain was actually affected. I inspected it several times, but did not find anything. I'm afraid this is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's doing. In order to deal with Shadow Sect, I had already gained a rough understanding of Celestial Court's soul path inheritance. But I still fell for it and was schemed against by Fang Yuan. It can be seen that our Celestial Court's soul path foundation is still inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Star Constellation Chessboard is also greatly damaged. Even though Fairy Myrtle was not injured, thinking of the danger and losses this time, she wanted to vomit blood. She shifted her gaze and looked straight ahead. In front of her, there was a lump of dense black shadow. It was extremely deep. It was like a deep pool. It was accumulating here and was emitting black light. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. This time, dang Hun Mountain Soul Explosion did not harm Spectral Soul. It was a blessing in disguise. A vast number of soul path Dao marks were hidden inside to nourish his body. Dang Hun Mountain's Soul Explosion technique was originally created by him. After the Soul Explosion, Soul Suppression Hall was destroyed. Spectral Soul gained temporary freedom. He did not run away blindly. Instead, he used this huge opportunity to hide himself in the sea of soul path Dao marks. In this way, who knew how long it would take for the Celestial Court to search his soul? Originally, the Soul Suppressing Hall shouldered the heavy responsibility of searching souls, but now the Soul Suppressing Hall was gone, completely destroyed. Spectral Soul made use of this temporary terrain advantage to recover. Humph, you can try your best. Fairy Myrtle sneered. As long as he was in the Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was trapped. He could not escape. Spectral Soul's outcome would not change. However, it was quite troublesome for the Celestial Court to remove these soul path Dao marks. At the very least, it would take a long time. Inside the dark whirlpool that was as deep as a pool, no sound could be heard. Spectral Soul remained silent. Fairy Myrtle's anger intensified. But right at this time, there was a thunderous sound as bolts of lightning illuminated the area around the Celestial Court. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This is a phenomenon from the immortal graveyard. Back then, when Duke Long woke up, the whole of the Celestial Court was shaken. I wonder which wise sage has awakened this time. Fairy Myrtle looked up and saw this. She was shocked before becoming joyful. Rumble! With a final loud sound, dozens of bolts of lightning in the sky gathered into a lump. The deep blue lightning suddenly exploded, and a figure jumped out of the lightning ball. The figure was extremely fast. He flew to Fairy Myrtle almost instantly, floating in the air. So my senses were not wrong. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were really captured. Ha ha ha. This Goo Immortal, who had just woken up, laughed loudly. Fairy Myrtle looked carefully and saw that this person had the appearance of a young girl. She was wearing pitch-black armor. The armor was sinister and flamboyant. The edges were pointed up, and lightning was flickering on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue giant ghost head with a bloody mouth, and her helmet also resembled a ghost. It was a clear contrast to the young girl's delicate and cute appearance. The immortal graveyard was unfathomable. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many great experts were hibernating inside. But she knew the origin of this person in front of her. Immediately, Fairy Myrtle bowed. Junior Z-Wei pays respects to predecessor Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Oh, what day is this? Someone still remembers my Jinglan's title? The black armored girl was slightly surprised. Her gaze moved from the dark whirlpool to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Myrtle was inwardly excited. This Jinglan was a great expert selected by Black Heaven Temple. She cultivated two paths. One was Lightning Path, the other was Soul Path. The two paths did not conflict with each other. Her method of non-conflict was her own creation. Only the Thunder Dao and Soul Dao could do this. She was a very active Gu immortal during Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era. She was extremely proficient in battle and was a capable general of the Celestial Court in resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had once caused great trouble to Spectral Soul, but after Spectral Soul became venerable, he slaughtered the world. Nobody could stop him. Jinglan could only quietly die and hibernate in the immortal graveyard. Thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the highest killing nature, but Jinglan was actually able to keep her life. This showed how strong her methods were. Senior has great experience in dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Ziwei would like to ask, how should we deal with the current situation? After conversing for a while, Fairy Myrtle bowed and asked. Jinglan narrowed her eyes, snorting coldly. If I had all my immortal goo, I could use 33 heavens to break this tortoise shell. When a Gu immortal hibernated, almost all of their immortal Gu would be handed over, except for a few exceptions. After all, these immortal Gu needed to be carefully cared for and fed by the Gu immortal. Fairy Myrtle closed her eyes and inspected the information path Gu worms in her phantom aperture, revealing a troubled expression. What is it? Jinglan asked. Some of the immortal Gu Senior left behind have been destroyed due to various reasons. Fairy Myrtle answered. They are used in the righteous path of the Celestial Court. If they are destroyed, then so be it. This is also making the best use of them. Jinglan smiled, unconcerned, before asking, how many are left? Fairy Myrtle answered in detail. Jinglan slightly frowned. 3 core immortal Gu are missing. Many methods cannot be used. If I were to deal with Spectral Soul, I would need at least 3 months to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle was a little disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation Chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to solve this problem and capture Spectral Soul again. How about this? Although Spectral Soul has been captured and brought to the Celestial Court, his inheritor is very active. The explosion of Dang Hun Mountain this time was also the work of this inheritor. Fairy Myrtle said, Humph, demonic path scoundrel. Everyone has the right to punish him. You are saying this, you want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Quickly tell me, where is this inheritor? I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will cut off his head and send it to Spectral Soul for him to admire. Ha ha ha. Jinglan laughed loudly, her battle intent surging. With Senior taking action, that Fang Yuan will definitely be doomed. As for his location, Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Senior only needs to wait for a moment. Junior will deduce it for you. Chapter 1566. Connecting Heaven Gu? Land Spirit of Langia communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, quickly completing an immortal Gu transaction with Fang Yuan. The two exchanged quickly. In a few blinks of an eye, they succeeded and retreated. This is perceivable Dao immortal Gu. Land Spirit of Langia assessed the immortal Gu in his hand. This Gu had a round head and tail. It was pitch black and had many segments. Land Spirit of Langia activated. Perceivable Dao immortal Gu started to shine with faint starlight. After a while, Land Spirit of Langia's expression turned ugly. There was indeed a hidden arrangement. Using perceivable Dao immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langia found that many Dao marks had appeared in the blessed land. These Dao marks interweaved and formed a mystical effect. Feng Jioga's group had attacked Langia blessed land. They had secretly set up this trap. Fang Yuan had once been hit by Fairy Myrtle's inextinguishable star target. He had learned from his mistakes. Adding on that Feng Zhouge retreated so decisively, Fang Yuan deduced that they had definitely left behind some hidden arrangements for the next invasion. Fang Yuan was right. It seems we need to clear these Dao marks. Next, we will wait for him to return and relocate Langya blessed land together. Land spirit of Langya muttered. Although Feng Zhouge's group had used fixed immortal travel to invade Langya blessed land, after this battle, Langya blessed land's current location was no longer safe. Such a decision was definitely safe and wise. Because Prince's impatience had not left, if land spirit of Langya blindly relocated the blessed land, there would be a huge commotion and his true location would be exposed. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan was like a sharp arrow piercing through the sky, leaving the white clouds behind him. This time, he wanted to capture the upper extreme heavenly eagle again, but he encountered Lu Weiyin and his plan failed. But it was not like he did not gain anything. In this aspect, he had to thank the Celestial Court. If not for this external pressure, the land spirit of Langya would definitely not hand over the refinement path, true meaning to Fang Yuan. Even so, it took Fang Yuan a lot of effort to convince the land spirit of Langya. After the two finished communicating, Fang Yuan immediately set off, returning to Langya blessed land to collect wisdom, gu, and refinement path, true meaning. It was best if wisdom gu was not transported through jewel yellow skies. The influence of this rank 9 gu would be huge. Even though the Celestial Court already knew about wisdom gu, but the Celestial Court's knowledge and the world's knowledge were two different concepts. As for refinement path, true meaning, although the land spirit of Langya agreed to give it to Fang Yuan, he requested that Fang Yuan had to hand it over in Langya blessed land and not through jewel yellow skies. The land spirit of Langya also knew the danger of moving Langya blessed land, and this time he was facing the Celestial Court, so he was under huge pressure. Not only did he want Fang Yuan to return, he was also negotiating with the Rockman tribe, wanting to borrow their rank 8 battle, strength immemorial rock dragon to guard Langya blessed land. When I return, not only will I retrieve wisdom gu and obtain refinement path true meaning, I will also need to borrow the light of wisdom to break the immortal killer move Feng Zhouge used to invade Langya blessed land, and also repair the super immortal formation. Also, I was trapped by Lu Weiyin's method, but I had some comprehensions, especially in the third dream. Maybe I can use the light of wisdom to perfect these comprehensions. Thinking of Lu Weiyin, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He was almost certain that Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. To deal with him, it was not something Fang Yuan could do now. In fact, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Against rank 8 Gu Immortals, his greatest reliance was reverse flow protection seal. Most of his other methods were not outstanding. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He felt Ghost Official Garment was shrinking rapidly. It was like a candle flickering in the wind and rain. Oh no, someone is deducing my location. Such an amazing wisdom path method. It must be the work of a wisdom path rank 8 great expert. Fang Yuan quickly activated Immortal Killer move Yama. At the next moment, his whole body changed. Ghost Official Garment and Ghostly Concealment were connected. Ghost Official Garment was only a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, but after being connected with rank 9 Killer move Ghostly Concealment, it could borrow some of the power of rank 9. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's turn in Celestial Court to show a surprised expression. She had been very confident, but suddenly, the difficulty of deducing Fang Yuan's location increased by countless times. How can this be? Fairy Myrtle frowned. What is it? Is there a problem? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan asked. There is some trouble. I have Fang Yuan's Dark Limit, Immortal Gu, and Guyue Fang Zhang. These are all crucial clues, but I still cannot deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fairy Myrtle smiled. It is a pity. If it were before, I would have to return in failure. But this time, he detonated Dang Hun Mountain. Even though the cause was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was also involved and caused damage to Star Constellation chessboard. I can definitely deduce him now. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle's fingers moved. A translucent ripple appeared beside her as a rank 8 goo immortal walked out of the ripple. Lady Ziwei, what can I do for you? This person was Chun Yi. He was supposed to reinforce Feng Jioge and the rest, but after Feng Jioge returned, his mission was abandoned, and he was summoned back to Celestial Court by Fairy Myrtle. Come, use your Karma Divine Tree Killer move. I want to use your strength to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Chun Yi bowed and answered, immediately activating Karma Divine Tree. Using this legendary killer move, Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard and finally broke through, deducing Feng Yuan's exact location. Oh no! The moment Feng Yuan's location was deduced, Yama self-detonated, exposing his true body. The connection between ghostly concealment and ghost official garment collapsed. Ghostly concealment was unharmed, but ghost official garment was almost destroyed. Chapter 1567. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama. And also, after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Feng Yuan's mind. Guyue Fengzheng was taken away. He has a blood connection with my Time Path clone, but the clone is inside my Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My Dark Limit Immortal Goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Feng Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely the worst plan. The urgent matter now was to keep moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Feng Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Feng Yuan, fiercely striking down. Feng Yuan was already prepared. He quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal because of the high temperature. White smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Feng Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Feng Yuan? Where do you think you can run to?" A central continent, rank 8, goo, immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he is likely someone from the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. His alertness rose to the highest. Love, go small say Neku. Immortal killer move. Myriad self. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Feng Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes, and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings, but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jing Lan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Ah! She roared and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath of time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear and boundless sky appeared once again. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, leaving only his true body behind. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move against a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move. No matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have any effect. Immortal killer move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal killer move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan, who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless dazzling and translucent purple starlight. Jinglan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought perception starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is superb. I need to avoid it. Jinglan's thoughts moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Quick, quick, quick. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought perception starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Come at me. Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jinglan with his sharp claws. Jinglan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fang Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it seemed a bit pocket-sized. But she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, feeling numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jinglan's armor were broken, and her helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information about Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jinglan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting around her body as she charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, fighting until the sun and moon lost their light and the world changed colors. Fang Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jinglan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, A killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal. His intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used Familiar Face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. "Where do you think you're going?" Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the Flood Dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jinglan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jinglan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jinglan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results. Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fang Yuan's body to ripple. "You have already deduced a method?" Fang Yuan's heart tightened. But fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6. It was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray, profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. "Ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today." Jinglan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. "Don't you have the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now?" Jinglan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Chapter 1568. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama. And also after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guyue Fangzheng was taken away. He has a blood connection with my Time Path clone, but the clone is inside my Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My Dark Limit Immortal Goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter now was to keep moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Fang Yuan, fiercely striking down. Fang Yuan was already prepared. He quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground. The lightning solidified and formed into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can run to?" A central continent, rank 8, Gu, immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he might be someone from the celestial court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. His alertness rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings, but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, Humph. Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Ah! She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed. Only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would not be effective. Immortal killer move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal killer move. Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan, who was on the ground. Love, go, small, say, Nekku. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless purple starlight specks that were dazzling and translucent. Jinglan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rock and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought perception starlight specks, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is excellent. I need to avoid it. Jinglan's mind moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fast, fast, fast. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Furthermore, the lightning was extremely agile. It did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the burning thoughts flying rocks, it would all be knocked away. However, when it encountered the purple thought insight spiritual starlight, it would directly dodge and move forward. Fang Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. "Come at me." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jinglan with his sharp claws. Jinglan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fang Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it was somewhat pocket-sized. However, she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jinglan's armor were broken, and the entire helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information on Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jinglan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting from her body as she charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, causing the sun and moon to lose their light and the world to change color. Fang Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jinglan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used Familiar Face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. "Where do you think you're going?" Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the Flood Dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jinglan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jinglan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done, Jinglan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results. Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fang Yuan's body to ripple. "You have already deduced a method?" Fang Yuan's heart tightened. But fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6. It was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. "Ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jinglan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jinglan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Chapter 1569. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama after Langya blessed land was attacked, it is most likely the Celestial Court's doing. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guyue Fangzhen was taken away. He has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter at hand was to continue moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly struck at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was already prepared. He quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt landed on the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she was over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan, who was in the air, saying in a cold voice, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can escape to?" A central continent, rank 8, Gu, immortal. Furthermore, looking at your appearance, you are likely a member of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. His vigilance rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings, but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Roar. She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried a blue electric light, with her as the center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever it went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time, shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed. Only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Facing a rank 8 Gu, Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have a good effect. Immortal killer move, ignited thought flying rock. Immortal killer move, purple thought insight starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan, who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless purple starlight specks that were dazzling and translucent. Jinglan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought insight starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is excellent. I need to avoid it. Jinglan's mind moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fast, fast, fast. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought insight starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offensive was majestic, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. "Come at me." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jinglan with his sharp claws. Jinglan's armor was massive and heavy, but compared to the sword dragon that Fang Yuan had turned into, it seemed a bit smaller. But she was extremely fierce. With a low shout, she did not dodge, but instead used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, the sharp horns on Jinglan's armor were all broken, and the entire helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is the reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information on Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jinglan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and once again shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Lightning erupted from her body as she shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the world to change color. Fang Yuan relied on the reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jinglan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and analyzing Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking the reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's end would come. This person is constantly changing her methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal from all directions. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both lightning path and soul path. Her lightning path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her soul path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. "Where do you think you're going?" Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragons. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after putting on a layer of reverse flow protection seal, he was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place. She was using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results. Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing ripples to appear on Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. A method has already been deduced. Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6. It was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was a result, and also a further probe into reverse flow protection seal. Ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He fled with all his strength. Chapter 1570. Die! Jing Lan shouted. Looking at the beam of light shooting towards Fang Yuan, her eyes were filled with joy. Although she had rank 8 cultivation and extremely strong battle strength, she had lived under the shadow of spectral soul demon Venerable all her life. In the Celestial Court, she had woken up because of Dang Hun Mountain self-detonation, seeing spectral soul's stubborn resistance. The emotions buried in the depths of her heart surged. Shock, anger, pity, schadenfreude, as well as fear. Oh, spectral soul, you were once so strong, but now you have become a prisoner of the Celestial Court. Now that your inheritor is about to be killed by me, I have awakened at the right time. After killing your inheritor, I will eliminate the fear that you have planted in the depths of my heart. Then I will bring Fang Yuan's head to see you, and you will also be killed by me in the end. Ha ha. One day you will also die by my hands. Unbelievable. It is like a dream. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan laughed wildly in her mind. Something is wrong. Quickly stop. At this time, Jing Lan suddenly heard a voice. Too late. Jing Lan's eyes were filled with killing intent and bloodthirst, but she was also slightly stunned. This voice is somewhat familiar. That's right, it is that Junior Z Wei. So it is not Fang Yuan's reinforcements. Wait, what does she mean? A thought flashed across Jing Lan's mind like lightning. The bloodthirst in Jing Lan's eyes immediately dissipated by more than half, replaced by reason and clarity. She quickly wanted to retreat. It is already too late. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The fear and panic from before disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was the determination to win and soaring fighting spirit. He moved his dragon body. Not only did he not dodge, he even charged forward in defiance of the heavens, aiming at Jing Lan's sure-kill attack and colliding with it. The beam of light ruthlessly struck Fang Yuan's body, but the layer of reverse flow protection seal covering Fang Yuan's dragon body instantly changed. Not only did it return to its original state, it even circulated with traces of mysterious, profound light. At this crucial moment, reverse flow protection seal produced a completely new transformation. Change of technique. The pillar of light couldn't break through this reverse current protection seal at all, and was reflected back. Jinglan's pupils fiercely shrank. Even though she was a veteran of hundreds of battles, at this moment, her complexion suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression. In her previous battle with Fang Yuan, the techniques she used were very restrained. Even if it was reflected, she could either retrieve it or endure it. But this strike was completely different. This was her full-strength attack. It was a rank 8 level immortal killer move. She was determined to succeed in this attack. Not only would she be able to break through the reverse current protection seal, she would also be able to kill Fang Yuan. But now, the killer move she used with all her strength was reflected back at her. Jinglan had forced Fang Yuan into a position where he had no chance to dodge. The distance between the two was very close. Right now, Jinglan wanted to dodge, but there was not enough time. Her emotions were also fluctuating intensely because of the shadow planted in her heart by spectral soul demon Venerable, and the most important reason was that her condition was not good as a rank 8. Although she had the ability to penetrate deep into the regional wall, she did not have the sovereign immortal body. Her body was still suffering from backlash and injuries. While chasing Fang Yuan all the way, taking revenge, and occupying the upper hand, Jinglan did not feel it. But now, when she wanted to dodge, she suddenly realized that her condition was already so terrible. With all these factors stacked on top of each other, Jinglan could not dodge the pillar of light in time and could only take it head-on. Boom! The pillar of light bombarded Jinglan's body, erupting with extremely dazzling light like the sun had descended on the battlefield. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he had no choice but to tightly close his eyes at this moment. But at the next moment, the light weakened slightly, and Fang Yuan endured the pain and forcibly opened his eyes. Kill! He could barely make out Jinglan's tiny and delicate body within the endless white light. The sinister and thick armor that covered her entire body had completely disintegrated, revealing her immortal body. After being struck by her own full-strength attack, Jinglan's eyes rolled back and blood gushed out from all the pores on her body, causing her to fall into a temporary state of unconsciousness. Fang Yuan opened his huge mouth. His dragon teeth were as sharp as spears. His dragon body suddenly pounced towards Jinglan. His muscles bulged to an exaggerated degree as Fang Yuan's dragon claws ruthlessly tore down. Damn it! Damn it! I actually fell for his trap. In the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle's eyes were wide open. She was angry and blaming herself. He actually deduced reverse flow protection seal to such an extent, and even changed his moves. The original reverse flow protection seal was a trap specifically targeted at me. Once I deduced it successfully, he changed his move, and the reverse flow protection seal after the change was completely different, completely new. This Fang Yuan, inconceivable! How can his wisdom path attainments be so deep? Fairy Myrtle had always been overestimating Fang Yuan, but the reality in front of her was a ruthless slap to her face. She had thought she had the upper hand. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, she had been collecting information and working hard to deduce reverse flow protection seal. In the following process, including when Feng Zhouge chased after Fang Yuan, she had been working behind the scenes to deduce everything until Thunder Ghost True Monarch appeared. She felt that this was the result of her many accumulations, but to think that this was all Fang Yuan's trap and scheme. The wisdom path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed far surpassed Fairy Myrtle's expectations. But how is this possible? Wait, did he borrow the power of wisdom goo? But Wisdom Goo is clearly a wild creature. Only rank 9 venerables can refine this goo and use it for themselves. Fang Yuan was only rank 7. No one in Langya's sect had such an ability. Even if he had rank 9 immortal essence, he would need the venerables will to fight Wisdom Goo. The Celestial Court recorded that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reached rank 9, she spent close to 100 years to refine and subdue the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fairy Myrtle could not understand. Her forehead was covered in sweat. In just a short moment, there was a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Senior Jinglan will definitely suffer heavy injuries from this attack. Hold on, you must hold on. Fairy Myrtle had deduced a rank 8 killer move. She naturally knew the power of this move. The investigative killer move that she had placed on Jinglan was also destroyed by this attack. Fairy Myrtle had completely lost her ability to investigate the battle. She immediately sent Chen Yi and the rest to the regional wall battlefield to reinforce Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but she still had to stay in the Celestial Court. Duke Long was wholeheartedly nurturing Feng Kim Hong. He was no longer here. Spectral Soul was resisting stubbornly. He needed to be monitored at all times. The Celestial Court also needed her, Fairy Myrtle, to oversee the overall situation. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds came from Jinglan's body. Fang Yuan's dragon claw was sharp as a blade as it stabbed at Jinglan's chest. But at the critical moment, a dense layer of lightning armor appeared in front of Jinglan's chest, intertwined with arcs of electricity. The dragon claw scratched this layer of armor like it was scratching the hardest steel. This was a rank 8 killer move, passive defense. Even if a Goo Immortal was unconscious, it could still be activated by external attacks. Normally, Fang Yuan would be like a mouse fighting a bull. But now, this layer of lightning armor was damaged from the previous attack. It was not in a complete state. Thus, Fang Yuan used all his strength to tear it apart. The dragon claw firmly chopped down, piercing Jinglan's skin along the way, from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist. Wherever it went, lightning flashed, and the lightning armor was torn apart. Jinglan's ribs were even harder, but 3 of them were cut by Fang Yuan's dragon claw. The dragon claw was completely undamaged. Immortal essence was rapidly consumed. Reverse flow protection seal had been maintaining it, loyally protecting Fang Yuan. If not for this layer of protection, just the dragon claw alone would have broken countless bones and shattered half the distance. The intense pain stimulated Jinglan to open her eyes. She was worthy of being an experienced rank 8 great expert that could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In an instant, she understood her situation and let out a sharp scream. This scream was not meaningless. It was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan only frowned. He was unscathed. On the contrary, this attack was completely reversed by the countercurrent protection seal and struck Jinglan's body. Jinglan's eardrums were instantly destroyed, and her mind was in chaos. Large amounts of internal bleeding occurred in her head, thick blood gushed out of her eyeballs, and her vision turned blood red. Jinglan had outstanding battle accomplishments, but maybe because she had just woken up from her slumber and had not exercised her body, her first battle was with Fang Yuan. Or maybe after she was woken up by the pain, she realized she was heavily injured and subconsciously defended herself. In short, her reaction was too fast, and she forgot that Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal had already undergone a new transformation, resulting in this mistake and causing her to suffer heavy injuries again. Take her life while she is ill. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils were filled with a cold and sinister light. He fiercely swung his dragon tail and ruthlessly slammed Jinglan down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook and Jinglan was smashed into the ground like a rubber ball, creating a deep pit with a radius of 3 meters. Damn it! Jinglan gritted her teeth. and struggled to get up. Her injuries were extremely heavy, her armor was intact, and her ribs were broken. From the outside, her beating heart and expanding and contracting lungs could be seen. Roar! At the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his dragon mouth to its widest and let out a dragon breath. Sword light, dragon breath. Surging to the extreme, incomparably sharp, the silver-white dragon breath was like a waterfall that soared to the sky and heavily crashed into Jinglan's body. Jinglan had just stood up, and the thoughts in her mind had mostly settled down when she was struck by the sword dragon breath and knelt on one knee on the ground. I was actually forced to kneel on the ground by a rank 7 Gua mortal. Thinking of this, an intense feeling of humiliation filled Jinglan's heart. Anger and hatred immediately surged up. Ha! Jinglan raised her head and roared. As she roared, blue lightning shot out from the countless pores on her body. The lightning interweaved and suddenly expanded. Rumble! Endless lightning formed a hemispherical light barrier that repelled everything in the surroundings. Wherever it went, whether it was Fang Yuan's dragon breath or the surrounding miasma, they were completely destroyed by the lightning.